Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We've got a good one on our hands tonight. We've got back-to-back action for Boise State. We've got some Rocket League, we've got some Overwatch, we've got some Valorant to wrap things up. But we're going to kick off with some NACE Rocket League. Boise State Blue Team in action have yet to drop a game. They're going to be taking on the North Dakota State College of Science tonight. Broncos versus Bobcats as Boise State tries to remain undefeated and atop their NACE group standings. I am Michael Fishfisher, going to be joined for the Rocket League action by Jared Baratel Castiglione. Baratel joined us for the first time on Rocket League, but he'll be here all night intermittently. And Baratel, how are you doing as we kick things off in a jam-packed night?
I am super excited. Whenever it's a full scheduled night for Boise State Esports, I'm right there. I'm the number one fan. That's why I got these lights. I only got these so I can show off the blue and orange in the background.
You've come to play. I mean, we've had you on. You've been cheering on Boise State. You were correct in our inter-squad scrimmage we had with your blue lights. But speaking of that, this is the blue team for Boise State Rocket League. 3-0 so far. Looking to go to 4-0. They would be halfway through the regular season. They're a squad you know and love. Cosmo Buster, Ace Pocket, and Baynock. I'm excited because these guys put on a clinic every time they are on the field.
Yeah, if there was ever just any way to put on like that clinic or a tutorial on how to play the game at a higher caliber, this is the team to watch.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see. We've seen Orange a couple of times who have unfortunately had a little bit of a rough go. As we see the NACE Skill Shot Rocket League breakdown. 123 universities, 12 groups, 11 rounds of group play. Both Boise State squads in the A group. Play-in bracket and all the playoff nonsense starts in November. Of course, nobody wants to look forward to that. So Boise State right now, as we talked about, the blue squad sitting at a comfortable 3-0. I think Orange and Blue actually set to play each other relatively soon in Rocket League. We know we had that in Overwatch. So I'm really excited to see those squads go up against it, but that's not the case tonight. It is the North Dakota State College of Science that the Broncos will be taking on. But hey, a win's a win. If Boise State Blue gets to 4-0, they are well on their way to the next round. As we mentioned, Broncos and Bobcats, Boise State Blue, North Dakota State College of Science, NACE Skill Shot, regular season play. Fish and Baratel on the cast, getting ready to go, ready to rev our engines, and I'm excited, Baratel. First time we've had you on for Rocket League this year, so I could not be more pumped for you and I to hopefully call a Boise State win.
There's definitely been moments where I would definitely love to be there in the crowd, of course, screaming, "What was that shot?" or "How did they make that?" I've been here almost every step of the way, just kind of in the background. But yeah, first time being here on the desk portion of things, and I couldn't be happier for it to be kind of one of these higher stakes things. 3-0, that's definitely something that puts a target on a team's back. And a lot of teams that want to prove themselves as a worthy organization, they want to unthrone that 3-0 lead.
Saw the trip around the arena there. The Overwatch squad getting ready for their game later tonight. We take a look at Doc's keys to the game. Clean rotations with some metered aggression. Communicate your position and have that follow up as well. And then, of course, the one that we hammer on the most. Side control is key. Usually the team that wins the side control battle ends up winning the game because you're just going to get more shots on goal, and more shots on goal usually leads to more goals. It's all brought to you by Count, who thanks to their Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. You have quick and accurate identity trust decisions, safe payments, and so much more. You want to stay safe online while you're chilling at home? Go check them out, count.com, K-O-U-N-T. And I will say, the way some of these recent games are going, Baratel, Count probably sponsors some of the crossbars as well, because my goodness, Boise State has had 4 or 5 games where the crossbar was the difference maker in what should have been a win.
Yeah, Crossbar is sponsored by Count as well. And when it comes down to it, North Dakota State College of Science, they have to have some sort of connection with Count because their safety is going to be something that's questioned all the time. We see Boise State with that side control, that part of the keys of the game, and for success, they're just going to continue to get that hammer down and get that resource, that crucial fuel to boost themselves in a forward set of victory. They are going to challenge, and an instant 7 seconds off the clock. But that's not enough, as unfortunately for this side, Cosmo Buster actually going to hammer it home. Titles are swapped, but we're good. Boise State getting the first point.
That was an incredible solo play by Cosmo Buster off the kickoff. That was honestly, I was like, okay, he's going to dribble it down. We'll see what happens. Right at the kickoff, though, we're going to see Mr. Nibnick going to take it down. He's going to have it all by himself. He runs out of boost. Ace Pocket able to stop that one away. Pass it over to Baynock. He's in the corner. He's going to run out of boost. Spikes it right off the wall. My goodness, but Cosmo Buster was just a tad too high on that ball. That would have been a breath-stealing second goal for the Broncos, but it looks like it's going to be cleared down by the Bobcats.
And I do like the way that Boise State's kind of rotating in and out. You know, we talked about making sure to call, hey, I'm going forward for these shots, and then having someone in the back foot. Unfortunately, there gets the demolition. Ace Pocket to be taken out, giving a little bit of opportunity for the Bobcats to maybe capitalize. They're going to go for a shot on goal, but Ace Pocket will shove it away. Gibnick is trying his best to try and get the tie here on the side of the Bobcats.
Zomster's going to go up, lose it off the wall. Ace Pocket over to Baynock. That's a great shot. Going to go a little bit wide. Ace Pocket wants to recenter for Cosmo Buster. Lego Low's going to miss it. And Cosmo Buster does it. This man's putting on a show by himself right now.
Look at the setup. It's the back corner double bait. Ace Pocket with the second assist off the wall. And Cosmos, again, exactly where he needs to be. The communication is on point right now. A little bit of a meeting of the minds here. In again in the middle of the face-off, the kickoff. We go into Boise State's favor. Ace Pocket going to get a little bit of leeway, given his opportunity to get that control. He's shot. Baynock! From the top down, and the box left watching in the response.
Oh my goodness, Boise State 3-0. Not even a minute and a half off the clock. Baynock getting on the scoreboard, and these goals have just been absolutely bananas from the Broncos side right off the kickoff. Baynock's going to send it over to Cosmobuster. Couple car tie up there. Ace Pocket ends up with it, puts it off the corner to himself. Tries to take a shot on goal. Baynock hits the crossbar. There it is, keeping the Bobcats safe and preventing a 4-0 lead. Looks like Mr. Gnibnik going to be able to clear that one down. Just kidding. Cosmobuster wants to intercept it. Tries to put a shot on goal, but looks like he's going to have to retreat.
It's just the Bobcats are struggling to keep Boise State out of their side of the field. Demolition's going to get the two-man advantage to the three. They're going to go with a shot from the air. Baynock with almost perfect dribble, and the slam down to the skies was not enough. As again, the Bobcats are trying to get this ball away, but Boise State has nothing but blue in their sights. Zomster trying to do what he can, get this ball over on this just crucial mid-threshold. But unrelenting is Boise State's offense as they continue to keep up that side control, managing the boost and preventing Bobcats from doing pretty much anything.
See, Cosmobuster dunks it away from one member. Zomster is there. Nice shot on goal. Bounces in. That's a hat trick already for Cosmobuster. And I did the telling stories. We saw Zomster. He's got 20 points right now. That is how dominant Boise State's been.
Well, what are they to do, honestly? When it comes down to it, they are getting denied left and right. There's the hat trick symbol. We gotta love it. Mr. Gibnick trying to get his own hat trick with the hat adorn his car's head. Will he be able to get anything? As Legolo going to see the first action from him on the side of the orange field in a long time, if not the first time in this game. Boise State now maybe taking things a little bit more methodically. They have a 4-0 lead, but this is not a team that wants to take their foot off the gas pedal, both physically as well as metaphorically. And that's exactly how they do it. Ace Pocket with the setup, gonna just come right from who knows where. He just is exactly where he needs to be. Cosmobuster doing what he can to tip the ball away from the Bobcats. And again, Ace Pocket right where he needs to be.
Doc's keys to the game to a T right there. Clean rotations. Baynock took it in. Cosmobuster bounced it off the top wall, and Ace Pocket there for the follow-up. And the Boise State Broncos pulling away 5-0, but a shot on an open net. Gonna just roll in from Legolo, and he's gonna at least get one back. I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but you see Boise State a little bit over pursuing the ball, and that's a wide open net. Mr. Gnibnik, the only one who could even made the save, and he's on his team.
Caster Curse enabled, Fish. You said they were perfect on rotations, and then immediately something like that happened. So they can afford to lose 1 point, but if something like that continues to be a habit during the rest of the game, it's going to be a little dangerous for them. 2 minutes and 7 seconds remain in this first round, and Boise State is comfortable, but they're not done yet with this 4-point lead.
No, they're not. You can see Ace Pocket was in the corner. He tried to keep it up. Legolo's going to try and clear it off the wall over Cosmobuster, but Baynock's right there. Pass to Cosmobuster off the crossbar. Instead of the follow-up from Ace Pocket. It's off the crossbar. Baynock off the crossbar again. Oh my goodness. That's 3 crossbar saves against the Broncos. As you see the Bobcats clear it all the way down to the other corner before Ace Pocket corrals it.
Crossbar again, sponsored by Count Secure. Man on the side of the Bobcats or whatever team really. Baynock wants to dismantle that security, and the second tip from Cosmobuster actually taking the credit for the shot on goal. Boise State doing what they can to try and get this side management locked down, and they do have it pretty handedly as they continue to push forward. This boost is almost, again, unrelenting, and this is exactly what they're doing. This metered aggression, this metered pressure is almost too much for Bobcats to even leave near 5 feet from their net.
Baynock trying to set it up. Mr. Gnivnik able to push it away. Zobster, though, can't corral it. Ace Pocket, he's going to, I thought he was going to make a save for himself. He's going to dribble that one in. What a play from Ace Pocket. I thought he was actually going to knock it out of the Bobcats' goal.
I think he mid-air dashes here to go to the right side of the ball. He goes for the toe tap, actually, right on the nose, and then with the angle he was set up for, he was ready for the double touch. It wasn't necessary at all, though.
Boise State right now putting on a absolute goal-scoring clinic. Ace Pocket over to Baynock. That one's going to be stolen away by Zobster off the back crossbar. And it looks like Zobster's going to get credit for an own goal there, unfortunately.
Going to get a little bit of a setup here. Goes for the bounce off. And unfortunately, yeah, a little bit of a... I don't think that was a charity goal. I think there was maybe just... Oh, I barely got the angle off. And to be fair, this game is made or broken by the angles, and there are so many calculations here. I think that's why Boise State, as competitors, want to be facing off against this North Dakota State College of Science, because you need some sort of science background to be able to play it.
Yeah, you've got to figure out the angles, the force of the ball, mass, gravity, all of that stuff that I never bothered to pay attention to in school is very important in Rock League. That's why a ton of the majors of the Boise State teams are all science and math majors, and it's paying off right now. 20 seconds left. Ace Pocket gets bumped around. Demo does come out. Zobster might have a chance, but you can see Cosmobuster right there. He's going to steal it away. Can he put one more on the tally? One man to beat, but a nice save there by Legolo, pushing it away with 5 seconds left.
5 seconds remain. Is it enough? It's not going to be much for the Bobcats to do. And like you were saying, Fish, putting on a clinic. No, this was a class and instruction on how to play Rocket League. Demonstrated from your own Boise State boy.
And Boise State taking on North Dakota State College of Science. The Broncos showing right now why the Blue Squad undefeated and atop their NACE group. 6-2 win. Given a couple more seconds, I think Baynock was putting that one in the back of the net as the round ended. If you're interested in some Modern Warfare action, it's coming up extremely soon. The Rocky Mountain Warfare Invitational, October 10th, just 2 days away. A duo Warzone tournament going to be hosted by the Idaho Army National Guard. It will be broadcast live from the Boise State Esports Arena. Multi-state event, so if you're in Oregon, Montana, Idaho, or South Dakota, this is for you. Also, great opportunity to ask the Idaho Army National Guard how they can help you get an education in gaming and interactive media. I love these events. They've been a ton of fun when we've had them with the Idaho Army National Guard. This one is going to be just as spectacular. But I don't know if it's going to be as spectacular as what we just saw in Game 1, because, wow.
It's tough. I mean, when it comes to it, you got to consider the prizes on the line, right?
That's
Boise
true.
State, through this NACE Skill Shot Rocket League tournament, they're trying to get themselves some notoriety. Their name's already posted in the billboards, but for the Army National Guard tournament, the prizes are phenomenal. Like, they have an entire stack of prizes available, so you got to check it out, honestly.
Yeah, get registered, Idaho Army National Guard, any of their social medias. It's coming up. It's extremely close. Right now, what's coming up as we kick off is Game 2 for Boise State. Right off the heels of a 6-2 victory over the Bobcats. Can the Broncos get it done once again? Off the kickoff, Zobster nearly bumped in front of the ball and right on an open net, but a great job there by Boise State holding on. Ball still in front of the net. Baynock has to clear that one away. Ace Pocket puts it down. That's a wide open net, and Baynock, he can do what he wants. He's not going to miss.
It was so close for the Bobcats to be able to secure this. They put the man forward. They had all 3 members on the side of Boise State, and just a casual and determined prevention of being able to touch the ball gave Boise State the edge, possession of it, and actually the goal of the first one in the round too. A little bit of a near miss here from Mr. Gibnick, and he's running dangerously low on that crucial boost, but as both teams meet here in the middle, we will have to see who gets reigning remedy over the side control. It looks to be that Boise State is now getting themselves back into familiar blue territory, and this is where they want to camp and set up shop. Shop! You can't pay for those. Those are free of charge here from Baynock for you. Boise State going 2-0 in the second round.
Baynock leads that ball perfectly. That's the angles we talked about. Very interesting attempt there by Mr. Gibnick. He kind of just hit it up in front of his own net, and Baynock's like, no, I'm going to score that one extremely easily. Thanks for the setup. So Baynock right now single-handedly outscoring the Bobcats. He's got 2 goals in less than a minute here in game 2. Ace Pocket gonna bump it over. Cosmobuster shot on net off the crossbar. Can Baynock get the minute-long hat trick? No, he cannot. That shot was just a bit weak, and the Bobcats should be able to clear that one. Cosmobuster says LOL JK to that. He's gonna send it over to Ace Pocket. That's an easy third.
There it is. That is such a phenomenal setup. And again, the success story, each footnote you would find online would be, hey, keep the ball away from the Bobcats. The moment that North Dakota is able to get close to the ball, Boise State just tips it out of the way.
Yeah, the Broncos have just been really dominating everything at this point. I mean, this is a clinic, as we're talking about. This is a clinic, man. This is a clinic on how to win Rocket League games.
You said they're doing things really easily. They're just making it look easy, because what they're doing, to me, is unfathomable.
Well, the Bobcats would run circles around me, but Boise State is phenomenal. It's another near shot on goal by Ace Pocket. And Mr. Gibnick, I want to see if he can get it even near midfield. Nope, he can't. Zobster, though, he's going to be able to clear that one down.
A nice clear here. If they were able to capitalize on that, it would have been nice for them to maybe get some aggression there. But Baynock going for the straight demolition there. I think it was a nice cherry on top while getting that boost of courage. A shot on goal! Baynock getting the hat trick here in the second round. He didn't even need any help here, but it was much appreciated.
Watching Boise State play as a caster is just so much fun because when they're on their game like this, I mean, you see Cosmobuster hits it off the wall, and you're like, hey, I already know there's a Bronco right there. It was Ace Pocket who's immediately putting it on net. I mean, these are some of the cleanest rotations I've ever seen from this Boise State squad. Baynock just puts it in by himself. There's Ace Pocket. Crossbar is the only thing that stopped a 5th goal as a clear comes out from the Bobcats. But Boise State, they are on fire right now. You can see Cosmobuster's going to keep that play alive. Legos even gave up on the ball, just saying, hey, you know what, take it away from me. Demolition comes off screen. Bobcats' best chance of game 2, easily thwarted there. Cosmobuster going to dribble it down. He's got one man to beat. He's got Baynock right in the middle.
Got his man where he needs to be. The setup there, but where's Ace Pocket? Of course, he's exactly where he needs to be. And Baynock with the tip-off. This is insane. It's picture perfect. They're coming out of the screen. They're coming out of each corner. How, as the Bobcats, do you combat against this team?
Get in the passing lanes, I guess. I have no idea. I mean, that was a picture-perfect goal. You said it perfectly, Barreto.
Thank you. I've been doing this for a while. It looks like the story's not over, though, as the Bobcats continue to try their best here to try and get some points on the board. And I think it's going to be through the catalyst that is Zomster. He's been the one to be the furthest into the area of Boise State. And again, nice rotation from Zomster, preventing Boise State going 6 up in the second round.
He does get demoed. Cosmobuster gets blown up as well. Ace Pocket just barely misses, and now it's potentially wide open net. Cosmobuster has respawned.
Nice
what
dribble.
a save from him. Lego thought he had it, but Cosmobuster with a great respawn. Mr. Gibnick steals it away from Baynock, and Cosmobuster says, not today. We allowed 2 in game 1. How about a 0 right now for the Bobcats in game 2? And Cosmobuster, he was just a little bit ahead of the ball, hits it off the crossbar. That was nearly goal number 6. We'll see if the Bobcats can answer.
And it's not that the Bobcats are playing poorly. Their mechanics are on point. I mean, we see both Zomster and Legolo when they have the opportunity to get these fantastic dribble attempts. But Boise State is able to get to the ball faster. And that's how you play Rocket League, just like that! A fast goal! And a pretty quick fast 6-0 with only a minute 20 left in the first round, or second round.
Feel bad for Ace Pocket. He should have had the hat trick. Baynock stole his last one from him, so he's got a minute 20
He'll
get it
It'll
back.
Be fine.
But, I mean, this has just been Boise State at their greatest right now. Legolo going to try and dribble that near midfield. Ace Pocket puts a shot on goal. Crossbar stops the hat trick. Baynock keeps it alive in the corner. He retreats to get boost, but Zomster doesn't challenge on the ball. Actually whiffs on it. Mr. Gibnick going to put it towards midfield. Cosmobuster, it's over to Baynock. Elevates, tries to set something up for his teammate, but unfortunately Ace Pocket was a bit ahead of that one. Cosmobuster, last man there, but he's going to wait as Zomster clears it all the way down, and the Bobcats have one of their better scoring chances. Immediately thwarted by that man Cosmobuster.
Cosmobuster, and of course Baynock, he is the king of these aerial plays. Ace Pocket trying to take a play out of his book, fortunately not able to get there as the Bobcats are the ones to deny the play. Baynock with the backwards kickflip, and look at this air dribble, it's insane! It doesn't really do much, but again, keeping the ball out of the possession of the Bobcats, they're not going to be able to score if they don't have the ball.
I mean, yeah, this is, side control aside, you can't score if you don't have the ball. I mean, it's just nearly impossible. We have seen an own goal, so I guess there is a little bit of an attempt. But right now, Boise State basically just playing keep away on their own side. Baynock hits it over to Ace Pocket. Looks like both members of Boise State going to let the ball land. Now they're going to reposition. Cosmobuster's there. Centers it over. Ace Pocket. Baynock both go in on it.
Oh, my God.
Baynock, that's 5. 5 in a game for Baynock.
Holy cow. A lot of people attribute Rocket League to, like, cars with soccer attributes. But the way Boise State plays, it's like cars with soccer mixed with volleyball. Because they all go up in the air for the spike, and they just hammer it home every time.
Bobo dice fall as the Broncos get goal number 7. Should be all we'll see. Baynock does keep it alive for now. Legolo. Oh, that would have gone in.
Oh!
We're out of time. That's a 7-0 victory. My goodness.
7-0 victory. Boise State. That was just awe-inspiring. That's what you can accomplish when you pursue your dreams in terms of esports. You can get that good. Holy cow.
Gotta feel a little bit bad there for the North Dakota State College of Science Bobcats. They are up against a beast right now in Boise State Blue. I mean, there's really nothing to describe those. The plays speak for themselves at this point. I mean, they are just picture perfect. I feel like I'm taking away from the majestic levels Boise State's at when I try and talk over it because, I mean, some of those goals. You know who has the hardest job tonight, Baratel? Production. No. How do you make a top 5 from the 2 games we've seen? By the way, there's a third one. Good luck. This is enough for a top 10, a montage for the whole year. I mean, this has been incredible. I mean, as you said, North Dakota State College of Science have been playing great. They have been playing at an extremely high level. That's why they're in this tournament. When Boise State Blue is clicking like this, I don't know what you do.
What do you do?
I just don't.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
If you were to try and compare, when it comes down to it, again, North Dakota State College doing it for them, of science, of course, putting their scientific minds together. They're performing on like an 8 out of 10, honestly. They're doing really well. Their dribbles are good. Their side control is almost there. Boise State, they're a 9, if not like a 9.9 out of 10. They are on fire. And we'll see if that fire continues. As again, this first meeting of this third and potentially final round for the Bobcats could spell it out. Baynock going for the first goal. He wants to continue to pad his stats. This is going to get turned away here from the side of the Bobcats. They're not done yet, though. Despite Mr. Gibnick's best attempt to try and keep things safe, Dobster will be the one to get on the orange side of things. Turned away from Ace Pocket. He'll take possession of the ball, get that side control, keep it up in the air, keep it away from everyone, and Legolo will take the possession and keep it away from the Boise State members, but only for a moment, as Baynock again, the predator and the prey. He continues to see, hey, there's a goal here. I have the ball. Hey, I'll just make it real quick.
I've talked about this combination at length.
Wait, does he have his own icon?
Yeah, that icon is fire, by the way, for Baynock. Take a look at it if he scores another goal. But that was a great pass. I wish you could see a second replay as we see the kickoff here. Cosmobuster can't quite center, but Cosmobuster just hit it to Baynock, who was literally mid-travel downfield, and it was in a perfect spot. These passes are insane. I've talked to Wade before. He says the easiest way to counter this is stand in the passing lanes. I don't know how we even get in that passing lane as we see a pass over to Baynock just going to miss. I mean, it is that fast how fast these passes are going. Now we're going to see a good attempt by the Bobcats here. Ace Pocket racing down. Zobster wants to center it. Ace Pocket gets it away from his own net. Baynock and Cosmobuster will double commit. A rare error we've seen from Boise State tonight. Cosmobuster takes it in the corner. Him and Baynock going to combine to pump that ball nearly in front of the goal. Ace Pocket was there. Now he's got to be the lone man on defense. He should be able to make a great save.
It's moments like these that make it the Boise State's performing 9 out of 10, because that's still a possibility for a team that is maybe playing the game a little bit faster than the Bobcats to capitalize and tie the series up 1-1. As opposed to, letting it just go clearly by like Baynock here, flying by the seat of his pants. He was completely out of boost there, but he uses the fumes of it to do the backflip, get himself right in position for the perfect pass from Ace Pocket.
As someone who dabbled in the sport of soccer at high school, we learned a lot about the give-and-go pass, where you pass it from one member to the other member, and then you go right back to it. That was a picture-perfect give-and-go in Rocket League. Baynock to Ace Pocket, right back to Baynock in one touch. You could have not drawn that better if it was real soccer at the highest level. So Boise State, when they're clicking on all cylinders, They are nearly unstoppable. You see Cosbuster over there to Baynock. Unfortunately, Ace Pocket not quite in position to capitalize on that, so Baynock has to go hard charging down in the corner himself. There is Ace Pocket. He's going to have it down in the corner. Loses it off the wall, but a collision by Bobcats. Hands the ball right back to Ace Pocket. He puts it up. Baynock spike a little left. Crossbar stop Cosbuster, but it passed right over to Ace Pocket. He wants to keep it alive. Off the corner wall. He's just a tad short. Ball right in front of the Bobcats net. Cosbuster has to come racing in. A double commit by North Dakota State College of Science. You can see they're starting to get flustered. That's the second hat trick of the series for Baynock. It is 3-0.
3-0, and again, it's almost as if Boise State's intentions are, yes, there's a goal here and we can get some points, but as we can clearly see when we get like the player perspective, they're going from boost to boost and leaving Bobcats with doing nothing to work with.
The boost starvation has been a huge part of the game. It's why the side control and ball control has been all Boise State. Near open net, Mr. Godivnik can't quite corral it though. Ace Pocket should have a good job clearing this one away.
Gonna get it nice and centered, which means Cosbuster's gonna do what he can to continue that lobbing pass here. Just trying to get the ball as far away from the net as possible. I mean, oftentimes if you don't have an intended target for your pass, you just want to get that far down the midfield, but they target for Baynock. This is like his 11th goal or something.
I mean, easily Ace Pocket could have had that one. You could see he retreated for the clean shot on goal. He was actually right off the screen as the fish go flying everywhere. I'm a little upset at my brethren being blown up by a Baynock, but I'll forgive him.
They're being freed from the fish tank. I mean, it's liberation.
Liberation into their death. We'll see if another member of Boise State can maybe not have fish exploding. But right now, Cosbuster, he almost had to make a huge save. Ball just off the crossbar. And it's like you talked about, Baratel. This is why this is a 9 out of 10. There are some opportunities the Bobcats have just missed on.
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, you know, the Bobcats being the team that they are, they're doing, again, we'll continue to praise them because they are doing a phenomenal job getting this far in the tournament. Teams that are watching us right now, the teams that we're most likely going to play, they're going to be able to use those opportunities and potentially look at maybe getting an advantage out of the game from that.
An interesting collision there by Ace Pocket and Baynock. Baynock almost playing defense for the Bobcats there, so that's going to thwart a scoring attempt. Zobster takes a shot on goal. Cosbuster clears that one away, and you can see the Broncos getting in position. What a play by Cosbuster. He broke the man's ankles, and he doesn't even have ankles. He's in a car, for goodness sakes, and he still got broken. Cosbuster has been insane. He did all that, by the way, no boost.
No boost. He's already gained any boost. He's keeping it for his forward players. Cosbuster kind of rescinding to being on the back foot, setting up for the plays. I think Baynock really proving that maybe he's what some people call the enforcer. Kind of trying to look for demolitions, look for those forward plays on the other side of the map. Might be something that they've kind of agreed to. Normally there are no rules in this game, but maybe that's something that's changed.
Yeah, I mean, you have to love how, Baynock has played this game. There he is, that enforcer. It gets a demolition, but it's something we've also talked about with that metered aggression. Sometimes the demolition actually takes you out of the play. As you can see that shot on goal, Baynock nowhere to be found. There he is. That pass, though, gets stolen by Legolo, and now with 20 seconds left, you don't think the Bobcats have a way back in it, but they can at least get one goal to not get shut out for a second time. Cosbuster has different ideas, puts it down on net. Ball bouncing. Legolo's there once again. 15 seconds. He tries to clear towards midfield. Cosbuster's there. There's Baynock. Can he make it 5 in a game? No, he's just off to the right. Cosbuster puts it on net. There's the 5th goal. Cosbuster's first since game 1.
Cosbuster says, "Hey, Baynock, I'll give you the pass. You better make it." Dude, I missed. No, don't worry. I got it.
Baynock
to be fair, though, I think despite what the score saying, yes, North Dakota State College of Science did get some points in the first round. I think this is their best showing as the third round. They put up so much more of an attempt to try and be on Boise State's side. That's why we've seen more orange than we have in any other round. And that being said, only 5 points going over to Boise State. Yes, they do take the round and the series win, but North Dakota showing that they can adapt during the course of a series.
Yeah, the Bobcats, they did a great job. Unfortunately, they couldn't get any goals after game 1, but I think you made a great point there, Baratel. They started to slow down Boise State. They didn't give up a first goal as quickly, and we definitely saw their best attempts of the night. But on the other side, that's the best I think I've ever seen Boise State Blue play this semester. They definitely were Absolutely phenomenal. Speaking of that, Boise State Esports is always looking for talented players, production and broadcast talent. Top talent, along with good grades and eligibility, can earn you scholarships as well. Sign up today by visiting boisestate.edu/esports for more information. I'm just disappointed that I graduated 2 years too early. That's all I have to say.
Same.
What are
you going to do?
I mean, too old to
Let's
explore.
go back. Let's go get a different degree.
Yeah, let's do it. Too old to explore the Earth. Too young to explore space. A little bit too old to get an esports scholarship. But hey, what can you do? You know what? You can make the players look and sound good like we do, Baratel. And I mean, like I said, that's one of the best games I've ever seen Boise State Blue play. I mean, their passes are phenomenal. There's a couple games that I can remember where there was a couple inches separating a great pass and turning it into a series like this. But I mean, it's not a stat in Rocket League, but I would love to see passes completed because Boise State probably was in the 50, 60%, which is extremely high in a game this fast-paced. So, like you said, North Dakota State College of Science, they played great. There's very few schools in the country that can hang with Boise State Blue when they're playing this spectacular. There are schools. We'll see them, I'm sure, in the playoffs, but there are very few who can hang with this squad when they are this spectacular and this on point.
Round 2, Boise State Blue versus North Dakota State College of Science. Keep that one bookmarked because that was, again, probably the best Rocket League I've seen from them. That was just the pinnacle that we've seen. There was full calculations. Rotations were on point. Players zooming in and out of frame. If we can barely see that with our observer privilege, how are any opponents going to be able to predict or be able to respond to that kind of play and those kinds of rotations? You can't. You just can't.
And I mean, there was a couple of great solo goals, but if you look at a majority of the goals, there's an ace pocket. There's a Cosmo Buster behind Baynock to where if he gets stopped, he misses. That ball's probably going into another member. So, yes, Baynock ended up with 10 goals, maybe 11. I'll have to double count. That could have easily been 5 for Baynock, 6 for Cosmo Buster, and 7 for ace pocket. I mean, they are always a backup member. So that was an incredible series for Boise State.
Yeah, it's hard to say, who's going to be the best, taking away the cake. I would assume, with this being my first Rocket League cast, that there's some sort of player of a game. Is that correct, Fish?
Should be an Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game.
Who would you put?
It's got to be Baynock. I mean, there's no way
I would have to agree. With the way that he played, insane. Actually insane. It's got to be Baynock.
I mean, nothing to take away from either. Yeah, there it is. Baynock's your Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. Well deserved from him. 10 goals on the night. I mean, and like I said, this is nothing against Ace Pocket or Cosmo Buster. Those could have easily been their goals. But Baynock was the man who was finishing all of them. He said, hey, rotations, what's that? Whoever's behind me, sorry, man, I'm putting this in the back of the net. Try again. GG next for you.
And there's a lot of solo goals, too. He was able to find opportunities where he didn't have to wait for the play to develop. He didn't have to wait for people to bounce things off and kind of jar the Bobcats away from being able to defend. Sometimes there were just opportunities that he knew he could take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, at the very end of that goal, you saw the closest name to the goal besides Baynock was an orange name. So, I mean, there's always somebody there. As we take a look at Baynock's highlights, there's always somebody there in the wings waiting for Boise State. It's just Baynock was the one in the rotation. I mean, and some of these angles, we talked about it, they're just phenomenal. The man has clearly figured out how the ball bounces off of the hood, the roof, the suspension. You name it, Baynock knows where the ball's going 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, if he ever gets into like some sort of defensive driving school, I'll know why. Because he learned it from this game.
Yeah, I mean, you saw right there.
I don't think those have anything to do with each other.
No, but Cosmo, look at this replay. I mean, there's somebody right behind Baynock every time. Cosmo Buster was right there. He was going to score that goal if Baynock didn't. So, I mean, everyone on Boise State deserves a huge shout-out, but Baynock gets the player of the game. Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, and there's no easier way to make a team more successful than scoring 10 goals by yourself like Baynock did. He is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, and Idaho Central Credit Union, they're helping their members achieve financial success as well. I mean, what a way to start the night, by the way. We mentioned it's a triple header, Rocket League, Overwatch, Valorant. Baratel, you'll be back with us for Valorant. But how do you match that performance? I mean, that's a lot of pressure on Overwatch and Valorant to kind of say, hey, we got to put on a show because Rocket League just kicked things off with a huge W.
The bar has definitely been set really high for tonight for the rest of Boise State's teams. And I feel like I called it out in my tweet before we went live. I said, this is going to be some high-octane universe Giga Brain style play, and that was definitely that.
Yeah, that fit the high octane for sure. We'll see if Valorant can match it with the ultra giga brain plays. Don't know if they can match what you and I did, Baratel, in our own Valorant game, but that will be left to see. So like we mentioned, we've got Overwatch coming up next for Boise State. We'll let Baratel have a break, but you'll still see him, and then we'll have him back for Valorant to wrap up the night for Boise State. And we will leave you with the top 5 plays from that. Good luck, production, getting just 5. But we've got Overwatch coming up next, so don't you go anywhere after those top 5 plays. The Broncos showing right now why the blue. Oh, he's pocketed over to Baynock. That's a great shot. Going to go a little bit wide. Ace Pocket wants to recenter for Cosmo Buster. Lego Low's going to miss it, and Cosmo Buster does it. This man's putting on a show by himself right now.
Look at the setup. It's the back corner double bait. Ace Pocket with the second assist off the wall. And Cosmo, again, exactly where he needs to be. The communication...
Right in the middle.
Got his man where he needs to be. The setup there, but where's Ace Bucket? Of course! He's exactly where he needs to be! And Baynock with the tip-off! This is insane! It's picture perfect! They're coming out of the screen! They're coming out of each corner! How, as the Bobcat, do you... But Boise State is able to get to the ball faster. And that's how you play Rocket League, just like that! A fast goal! And a pretty quick fast 6-0. With only a minute 20 left in the first round, or second round.
Feel bad for Ace Pocket. He should have had the hat trick. Baynock stole his last one from him, so he's got a minute 20. Over Ace Pocket, Baynock both go in on it.
Oh my God!
Baynock, that's 5. 5 in a game for Baynock.
Holy cow. You know, a lot of people attribute Rocket League to, like, cars with soccer attributes. But the way Boise State plays, it's like cars with soccer mixed with volleyball. Because they all go up in the air for this spike.
He cannot that shot, which is a bit weak. And the Bobcats should be able to clear that one. Cosmo Buster says LOL JK to that. He's going to send it over to Ace Pocket. That's an easy third.
There it is. That is such a phenomenal setup, and again, the success story, each footnote you would find online with
Growing up in Riggins, we have certain rules we live by. Look both ways before crossing the street. Fishing stories get better the more you tell them. Small town life makes your life anything but small. Never work alone when you go hunting. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Bravo 6 to Griggs. Stand by to move.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Right off the heels of Boise State Blues dominating Rocket League win, we continue on the action tonight. A pair of Overwatch games here. We're going to start things off with Boise State Blue taking on Concordia St. Paul. Michael Fisher still here, joined by Colby D'Angelo Alloway to call all of the Overwatch action. Haven't seen the Blue team in a little bit on the stream, D'Angelo, but we know they are still kicking butt. In Nace, I believe they're undefeated, and I can't wait to see how they're going to do tonight against Concordia St. Paul.
Well, hopefully they can keep up the undefeated streak, and I have a strong inkling that it will go that way if the way that they've been practicing is anything to go by.
Yeah, I mean, really excited to see. Then we'll have an orange game against Jamestown to follow things up and wrap up Overwatch here in Nace, which, if I'm not mistaken, at least so far in Nace, Boise State's only loss combined is to themselves when they played in the very first round of group play as required by Nace. So Blue's been phenomenal. Orange has been great. Did get a little bit of a struggle last night in the NECC, but that's a different story. As you see, there are your Nace rules. 85 schools, 8 groups, 11 rounds of group play. Both Boise State squads in the same group, and an early November playoff bracket coming up for Boise State if they can keep going like we've seen. Orange and Blue might be at the top of the standings. You would have to think Blue is up there with an undefeated record, and I'm really excited to see how Blue handles tonight against Concordia St. Paul because, I mean, we haven't seen a weakness from them yet. I mean, they've only dropped one map in the 2 different tournaments they're playing in NACE and NECC. I mean, that is hard to keep up. Somebody's probably going to get to up, but right now Boise State has not really shown a weakness.
Yes, which is absolutely fantastic on the side of Boise State Blue. And I mean, being undefeated speaks for itself, so I believe that they should be able to keep up that streak tonight as well.
Yeah, the biggest question for me is if someone comes at something with Boise State that they either aren't ready for, haven't played, because I mean that's the last time we saw Boise State struggle was when they match up against the Sombra that we've talked about a lot. They've picked that up, and no team's really, it almost feels like Boise State's like, hey, you guys didn't know Sombra's good, because we rarely see a Sombra on the other side. So maybe if a team finds a Sombra counter, that will be the case. There you go. You see the Nace skill shot Overwatch. Boise State sitting at 3-0. University of Wisconsin stout right behind them at 3-0 as well. Looks like Boise State just ahead on the tiebreaker there. So I'll be really curious to see if the Broncos can get to 4-0, start to continue. And you see there, Concordia St. Paul, they're 1-1, so middle of the bracket team, but Boise State, they can't sleep on anybody because any team can upset you when you have schools as skilled as this all in this tournament.
Yes, absolutely. There is no sleeping for Boise State. It is just practice and learning. However, I wouldn't say that the lack of Sombra play that we see is due to teams like not realizing that she's good, because the reason Boise State didn't have a Sombra player was because we didn't have a Sombra player up until Modern Frost. Like, we knew that she was good, but like it's really no use to play Sombra unless you have a really, really comfortable Sombra player. So I imagine that a lot of other schools have that similar issue. It seems like a pretty common issue to have. I mean, we've had it for several years, so I would venture to assume that it's something like that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen schools pull off some unconventional heroes and win. I mean, we saw a soldier last night who was absolutely incredible against Boise State. So, I mean, there are some things where you are correct, D'Angelo. Maybe it's just the teams aren't comfortable with the Sombra. But, I mean, Boise State has put on a clinic on why you should get somebody on your team who's good at Sombra because EMP Death Blossom, EMP Bomb, that have won a ton of fights. You see there, Boise State, Concordia St. Paul, our first match of the night in Overwatch. We'll have Boise State Blue right now, Boise State Orange, and Jamestown coming up after that. But I want to see how Boise State Blue responds. I want to see if they get off to a strong start because I really think if this team starts rolling just like we saw in Rocket League, it gets under team skins and they get really flustered and it's kind of hard to come back. Tilt is huge in these games.
Tilt is absolutely huge in this game. Tilt is amazingly huge in this game because once you get tilted, you start thinking that you have to do everything yourself, like outside of your role, regardless of whether or not it fits in like what a tank is supposed to do. You start feeling like you have to do everything because you're tilted. And that's a big problem in not only like competitive play like this, but also solo climbing on ladder is where it rears its ugly head quite a lot.
Yeah, controlling your emotions in esports, absolutely huge. And I think the other thing Boise State's done really well, and we'll have to see if that's the case tonight, is they've really punished guys who are sort of one-tricks on the other team. I mean, we've seen like 4,400 Zarya mains just get absolutely bodied onto playing Diva because they just aren't comfortable. Boise State does a really, really good job of scouting out the enemy team, saying, you're really, really comfortable on Winston, you're not going to have a fun time on Winston. We're going to force you onto something that you don't enjoy. So I think that's the other thing is they sometimes force people off their comfort picks, and that's even more flustering.
And if you force somebody off of their comfort picks, because there is something to be said about comfort picks, but if it's not working, you really need to swap off. And most higher elo players will realize that, and so they get off of their comfort picks. And the benefit to Boise State for that is that now they're not on a hero that they're as comfortable for, because you get to like 4,400 on Zarya, you really know a lot about Zarya, but your Winston play is probably not as strong, or your Diva play, or whatever.
So see Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, win the first fight, stabilize and reset if needed. Something else Boise has really improved on over the last few weeks. Melt the same target and tanks take up the space. It's all brought to you by Count, whose Identity Trust Global Network analyzes over 32 billion interactions every single year to make sure you're staying safe online, whether it's smooth payment plans, predicting fraud, taking care of fraud. They are huge in staying safe online. You want more information, go check them out, count.com, KOUNT.com. And right now we'll see if Concordia and Paul has that on their side, because they're going to need it to stay safe from that Boise State attack.
To stay safe from that. That was an excellent fun there. Nice, very well done. But yes, we'll see Boise State here, because Boise State Orange in particular has been struggling with melting the same targets, but Blue seems to be working with them on getting better at both teams getting better.
Shake things off. Plato gonna get the first one here. A little bit of an unconventional comp for the Broncos there. You see the Bastion and the Doomfist. Goblin's gonna get one. Dr. Huggable gonna get the res there onto his Pharah to keep the pharmacy comp alive. Unfortunately for the rest of their team, their fate is going to be in the grave. It's just the Pharah left, and Boise State off to an excellent start.
Oh yes, an absolutely excellent start. We knew that if they were running a Pharah on Ilios of all places, they had to have a Mercy there too, and so we just kind of came to the Mercy body so that the best you could get was a trade, her life for the Pharahs. And that's not usually a very worthwhile trade.
Well, Boise State did a really good job of punishing enemy Mercies, and when Boise State picked up the Mercy, they've gotten a ton of value. You see Goblin, he's in on the back line. I'm not sure anyone on Concordia St. Paul knows he's there. He's going to try. Oh. He takes out the Pharah in midair. Who needs a jetpack when you play Doomfist this well? There is the res from Dr. Huggable. Shark going to be taken out. Dr. Huggable will go down as well. Asu dropping low. He's going to survive. It's another near team kill for Boise State, and they have yet to see a member eliminated.
Oh, yes, absolutely. They have yet to see the spawn room on the side of Boise State, and they're doing an excellent job of countering that far, and there's really nothing that the Mercy can do because they're camping the body after that as well, so it's almost really not like worth it to even go for the res.
Boise State has a couple of ults online. There's the first elimination. Vibe's going to get one onto Goblin. Walks and drops the minefield. Plato just up by himself. Going to pop the tank farm. Going to jump immediately down onto Viper. He will be taken out of the mech and immediately blown up as well. Plato looking for some more bodies. Unfortunately can't find them. Off-screen Immortality Field has gone down, as well as the window from Asu. That should be enough to keep Boise State alive. You can see Kel barely surviving in the mech. Shark going to get found out. He'll be taken out. The pharmacy comp, the only thing alive. They're going to fly back to spawn.
Yes, they are going to fly back to spawn, as they should. I mean, you really don't want to take a fight if it's just the two of you against the entire enemy team. However, we are starting to head into last couple of fight territory here, so they really need to come up with something relatively quickly. And with the ultimates on their side, Boise State's going to have to be a little bit careful with their sound barrier usage.
Boise State definitely at an ult disadvantage. 5 up for St. Paul. We'll see what they want to throw as they start to run out of time. And Boise State nearly gets an elimination. Valkyrie kicks it off, but a Meteor Strike takes him down. Plato picks up 2 more, and there's no red. Coalescence is going to be used, as well as the Rocket Barrage. Sound barrier comes out after all of the damage, and Boise State here should be able to cleanly pick up point 1. I think that was 1 death on the side of Boise State, let alone even losing a fight.
Yes, that was only 1 death on the side of Boise State, and that was absolutely fantastic. I do not think that Concordia was in any way, shape, or form ready for the Doomfist flanks on this map that were coming out. Really insane, not going to lie. Because Ilios and just control points in general are maps where there are a lot of flank routes. It's not like attack defense, it's like when you're around the point, when you're picking fights around that point, there's a lot of flank routes, and I don't think they had those memorized, and I don't think they were ready for the Doomfist to come at them as strongly as it did.
Yeah, that's the one hero that I know Nerdy Bird has sort of jokingly challenged Goblin. It's like, hey, you're amazing on the Widow, you're amazing on the Torbjorn. Can you do it on Doomfist? And he has clearly answered the in-house challenge, because He is once again running it back, and you said it, D'Angelo. I don't know. Concordia St. Paul probably wasn't ready for it, because in all the videos Boise State has, you rarely saw Goblin on the Doomfist unless the Broncos were that far ahead. So we'll see how they want to handle it. They've gotten off the pharmacy. Bastion May now going to be on the side of the Golden Bears, and Boise State right now off to a similar start, though, as they drop a couple members low. Dr. Huggable, the first target. He gets taken down. Can't get a res when you're the first member eliminated. A large bagel. He's just on top of that bash, and he will go down. The immortality field's going to take Tiskuron alive. Boise State now showing their first sign of weakness. They'll lose 3. Plato's going to get 2 more right back, and Plato MVP keeps that fight alive for Boise State.
Plato absolutely carried that fight after Boise State. A large bagel was in a little bit of a sketchy position there, using the flank routes that Ilios is known for, but he got himself a little bit over his head, and got him killed. But he should be able to respawn before next fight, and he should have full 6.
Boise State right now. Plato taking a ton of damage. He's going to get Maywalled in position, so he's going to have the ult, but he's going to be taken down. Dr. Huggable, Fractal, and Shark all low. Shark the first one taken down. Viper's able to get back into the mech, but another boot environmental death for Boise State. They'll pick up 2 more along the way. Viper's going to get Asu, so there's no res for Boise State, but he's going to lose his mech in the process. We'll see if Boise State can punish him here. Looks like he's just going to jump off the edge to prevent the stall, and what a great fight for Boise State.
No res for Boise State, but you don't necessarily need a res when you're at 4. And considering how mobile the comp is, we all should be back before next fight.
I'm taking care.
And we're not even sitting at an ultimate disadvantage, we're sitting at a huge ultimate advantage. So Boise State, keeping them off the point, will depend on ultimate use.
Yeah, Plato popped out a very aggressive tank form. He's going to use it to get 2. Minefield gets 2 more. You're going to see Tiskuron go down as well as Viper in the mech. He will fall as well. Boise State, excellent use of the ulted. Plato going down. You have to wonder if he's going to swap. Nope, he can't swap. He's going to get rest.
No, he absolutely cannot swap. I believe Goblin is falling a little bit into the trap of overconfident DPS, but there's really no reason for him not to be as confident as he is, to be perfectly honest.
Hello there.
You have the tank form up for the Golden Bears. Shark also going to have the window to increase that Bastion damage. Whole Hog going to come out. Dr. Hubbard will go down, but Viper's going to pick one back up onto Plato, and the team's going to trade 1 for 1. You're going to see Fractal get away there. Meteor Strike going to be used. That immediately cancels out the tank form being popped from Concordia St. Paul, and the Broncos right now just going to prevent any sort of contest on the point. The Golden Bears trying to do what they can. That's a double environmental death in overtime. Those are the only 2 members on the point, and that's how Boise State goes up 1-0 in this series.
Yes, an absolutely fantastic move by a large bagel there. That was really just fantastic Boise State play in general. It's never a bad time to be a Boise State fan, but it's especially not a bad time to be a Boise State fan right now when we're winning so dominantly. And I believe that is in large part because of Goblin and his flank routes, and I don't think that they were ready for it at all. However, I do think they are starting to punish him just a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely got picked off 1 or 2 times. You can see the members of Boise State there on the arena floor getting that good vibes mojo from the old blue turf that they sit upon, making sure we keep with that tradition. And right now, the Broncos are off to an excellent start here. Back-to-back dominating victories on control of Concordia St. Paul. And I mean, you said it perfectly, D'Angelo. It doesn't look like they were ready for the Doomfist. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of tape on it for Goblin, at least to my knowledge. He's been something he's played a little bit, but that sort of caught him off guard there. I don't know if they even knew he could play Doomfist.
Yes, and just in general, a really good Doomfist will often catch you off guard, just in general, not necessarily, especially if you're not expecting it from a player. But really, Doomfist is, in essence, a flank hero. That is when he does his best. That is when he wipes the enemy team, is on flanks like that. And when you pick a map like Ilios, where there are so many flanks to be had just across rooftops and all sorts of crazy Doomfist things that you can do, he really can come at you from any side, and it's really tough to be ready for that, to be honest.
Something else you got to be ready for here if you're interested in Call of Duty 2019 Modern Warfare is the Rocky Mountain Warfare Invitational, hosted by the Idaho Army National Guard, broadcast live from the BSU Esports Arena. Your chance to represent your state in a multi-state Warzone Duos tournament. So if you're in Oregon, Montana, Idaho, or South Dakota, this event is for you. It's also a great opportunity to ask the Army National Guard how they can help you get an education in gaming and interactive media. It's coming up. It's 2 days away. If you want to get registered, any of those social media links at the bottom of the screen right there, go check them out. Get registered. They're a ton of fun. As we talked about, the prize pack is awesome for events like this, and I know we've had some great turnout for our events in the past. So I'm excited for this Saturday to see how things are going to turn out. I'm also excited for Game 2 for Boise State and how Concordia St. Paul is going to figure out a way to counter them And really, what DPS Goblin's going to play? Because, I mean, at this point, what can't he play that's meta is the question.
What can't he play that's meta is the question indeed. I would venture to just broaden that question just a little bit more. What can't he play in general? He's a pro player, didn't you know?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, that was my thought, but even a player like Goblin, if it's an off-meta hero, you're going to struggle. They're off-meta for a reason. So
yeah.
I figure we keep it on meta for now. Don't want him to get too insane with some of these picks, as it looks like he's going to be... Looks like we're going to give him a little bit of a break after that. You know, his back may be a little bit sore. Looks like Rezo's going to be in on the Genji this time for Boise State.
Wow, fantastic. And Genji is another flank-heavy hero. However, it will be a little bit of a difficult time trying to get some flanks getting, especially on attack on Blizzard World. So he really won't actually do necessarily that much flanking, but he will be able to dive with our dive tanks, which is the goal. That Bastion is a very brave man running with dive tanks like that.
Yeah, that Bastion is going to be in for a world of hurt, especially if Rezo can get a nice deflect. He might even have the Bastion just eliminate himself. See a couple of shields going to be up there. The Sigma's been picked up from the Viper, so they're going to try and protect that Bastion at all costs. Boise State trying to dive in onto the high ground. Looks like for now, there we go. Going to see an anti going to land onto 3 members. Immortality Field's all that kept them alive. They finally do take it down as Viper's the first one to fall. You see Rezo there in on the back line. Nice deflect as Asu's going to pick up that elimination. Rez is going to come out, but once again, Boise State makes the Mercy pay for it. Unfortunately, that's just padding the death stats for Discuron and Boise State with a great start.
Yes, that poor Mercy. It's not necessarily the best idea to res when the entire team is already on you, because it's not like that value. You're going to get a ton of value. You're really just feeding them a little bit of ult card.
See, Rezo almost has the blade. Shard goes down, and there we go. We're going to use the Dragon Blade. There's one. Can we make it two? He sees Dr. Huggle. Can't quite finish it off as he drops incredibly low. I don't know how he wasn't able to get that one, but it isn't going to matter. Boise State is still pushing forward. Rezo finally taken down. Not sure how he wasn't able to get Dr. Huggable. That was some great dodging by that Mercy, but you can see just how far forward. I mean, that's the second capture point that Concordia St. Paul's hanging out at right now.
Yes, they've lost a great deal of space, and it will be relatively hard for them to regain that, especially because Boise State has been able to fully set up on the payload with an ultimate advantage.
Valkyrie going to be used from Asu, but you have to wonder if that's a misclick because the nano from a large bagel went on to Asu, and that's probably not the right target. Doesn't look like it's going to matter for Boise State as they're still going to pick up 4 members. Fractal and Vibes barely able to get out. Just scratch that. It's just Fractal. He'll go down as well. So nano target apparently doesn't matter. Battle Mercy for days, and the Broncos win again.
Oh yes, absolutely. Asu actually initially climbed as high as he was because he was on Baptiste and some of those more offensively oriented heroes, so I'm not terribly surprised to see him pistol whipping on Mercy.
Tank form from Plato going to come out. He'll get one onto Viper. Immortality Field's going to keep 3 members of the Golden Bears alive. 5's not going to be the second one taking it down. Fracture will be able to get Plato, but you see Rezo and Kel in on the back line. They're going to make Discuron pay for it. Boise State getting a little bit closer to capturing this. Dr. Huggable goes down. Asu picks up 2. Who needs a pistol? Just get the Battle Mercy fists out for the double kill.
Battle Mercy's boxing anybody. That was a fantastic job by Boise State there. And now we're sitting at relatively close ultimates, so this next, how far Boise State is able to push this payload within this next push determines on the value that we get out of the board.
Mortality Field comes out and saves a flank from being an absolute disaster, but now Boise State, they're in on the back line. There's really nothing Concordia St. Paul can do about the best thing for them is that the payload's slow enough. They should get one more fight, but they are just dying one by one. Plato does finally go down, and a stun on Rezo means he's going to have to dash away and get out. Rez comes out onto Plato, and Boise State, as we see the Gravitic Flux going to come out from Viper. Doesn't look like he's going to land on anything. Nano now is onto Rezo, but he's not choosing to use the blade. Now he's going to commit the Nano Blade out. Hasn't quite found an elimination. Finally gets one onto Discuron. Asu gets another one onto Dr. Huggable. Asu might be gold of limbs at this point as he pops the Valkyrie. Kel and Guak going to get 2 more, and right now the only thing slowing Boise State down is how slow the payload goes.
Yes, absolutely. How slow the payload goes is what's slowing down Boise State down. Indeed, they're doing a really nice job of taking the space that Concordia is giving them.
Vibes does a great job at least using the Riptire to zone off of the point. That's going to give the Golden Bears one more opportunity. Immortality Field's going to come down as well as the Valkyrie. Viper going to be the first one taken down. Skurron swapping over the Ash. He's going to get one onto Plato with the window out on the side of Concordia St. Paul. Rez going to go out onto Viper as well as onto Plato. So Boise State back at full strength. Rezo on the backline picks up one. Plato's going to get another one. That's another boxing kill for Asu. I mean, he just brought a whole new term to Battle Mercy at this point.
Battle Mercy? I think you mean Asu Mercy. He's got to be sitting on cone eliminations at this point, camping them outside of their spawn door. It's a good day to be a Boise State fan when you can make the enemy team fear your mercy.
And somebody got to inform Asu he is not playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. He's playing Mercy. Somehow the results are still the same, though. That's 3 melee eliminations for Asu on the Mercy, and for Concordia St. Paul. Usually I'd say, hey, you just shut down Plato, you shut down Rezo, you're not going to worry about eliminations. Don't get in melee range with Asu either, because he's not afraid to hit that melee button.
He's not afraid to hit that melee button. He's not afraid to dink you with headshots and Valkyrie, because don't you know that's what support ultimates are for, to kill the entire enemy team.
Looks like we do see another Doomfist coming out for Boise State. This time it's Plato. Skurron now going to show the first Sombra of the night. And we're going to see double Genjis duking it out. But you have to wonder for Concordia St. Paul, are they going to be able to melt the same target? And even if Boise State loses 1 or 2 members, are they still going to be losing in terms of fight? Because every member on Boise State is putting out a ton of damage right now. That is just insane to me. Every Bronco is putting out absolute awesome damage numbers.
Yes, every single Bronco is absolutely pulling their weight in terms of damage and in terms of also everything else that they're supposed to do. The Broncos are playing the game right now of how fast can we kill them and how much space can we take. And so far, it's been quite a lot.
Very aggressive hold for Boise State. Guac going to jump right in. I don't know if the Golden Bears were ready for it. Dr. Huckable, the first one taken down. Shark goes down as well. Looks like Fractual was able to get back, but Vibes and Skurron were not. Viper's going to go down as well, and Boise State with a 5-man kill right off the spawn.
Yes, and now we know that they have a Sombra. That Sombra actually could have been pretty detrimental to Boise State in taking out our Doomfist, and considering we have much longer spawns. So actually, the fact that we held outside their spawn door to discover that they had a Sombra is going to end up benefiting Boise State hugely.
Another elimination of Dr. Huggable. Asu, though, dropping lows. Dr. Viper's trying to train him down. Guac and Plato going to get 2 kills off screen, but a nice hack onto Asu. Squirrels the first elimination for the Golden Bears, but at what cost? Is they're going to lose all 5 members once again.
Resmi Lucio as Anna is coming back. Now Boise State won't be able to hold quite as aggressively. They want to be a little bit careful here. However, they are also dive heroes, so even if they do clean wipe here, they do have a good shot at full contesting before the point completely unlocks.
Broncos this time at least going to allow Concordia St. Paul up the stairs, and then they're immediately going to get an environmental kill onto Viper. Hack onto Plato, like you talked about, the Angel going to shut down that Doomfist, and that's a great pick for Skurron. Unfortunately, he's going to get punished. His Shark's going to get 1 taken out. Guac's going to take down Dr. Huckable. That's no support on the side of Concordia St. Paul. Vibes will fall as well, and you can just see Boise State with the ult advantage. Meteor Strike has been used, but a great little backdoor there by Fractual. He is going to get 1 point unlocked. Plato came slamming down, not able to get the kill. So good job by the Wrecking Ball on the Golden Bears, seeing an opportunity, striking with it. His team, unfortunately, just keeps getting taken down. Hack is going to go on to kill. His Shark right now the only elimination. And we're going to see now St. Paul starting to fire back a little bit there. Vibes getting 1, but Guac and a large bagel answer right back. Dr. Viper somehow has had 2 environmental kills in a Diva, so his rocket thrust must be on cooldown or something. Going to see a nano onto a large bagel. Second time Boise State has nanoed a support, but again, it's going to be a still winning fight effort for Boise State, and the large bagel picks up 2 while nano does get finally taken down.
Yes, and that will be the end of Boise State holding them at their spawn doors, but we do still have the opportunity to hold them at choke. However, we are down a tick because of our hyper-aggressive strategy and small oversight of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Fractal right now has to take huge credit for keeping Concordia St. Paul in the game. Minefield going to come down, as well as the Diva Bomb. Doesn't look like that Diva Bomb was even on screen. And Vibe's now going to be taken out. Primal Rage by Guac. Going to get him 1 knock off the edge onto Dr. Huckable. Plato's going to take down Shark, and the Broncos still aggressively camping out the Golden Bears spawn and sending them right back in. A large Bagel going to drop down the sound barrier, lands onto 4, but Kel's the one who's in the most need of healing right now. Guac also very low, but him and Plato going to combine take down the Viper out of the mech. You can see the respawn comes out. Now the Nano's going to land onto Guac, so he's going to be able to charge right back in. Rezo still sitting on the blade, and it looks like a stun onto Plato could mean death. He pops the Meteor Strike. A large Bagel does go down. Here comes the Dragon Strike coming out. He's going to get 1 with the assist from Ace there on Dr. Huggable, and now he's going to try and look for 2. He gets it onto Shark. Ace picks up another one as Viper takes down Plato, and Boise State just sending the Golden Bears back to their spawn once again.
Yes, and now it is time for the Golden Bears to get a Hail Mary of an EMP. Full 6K with everybody there. That is their best chance at capping this point here, because they are at a significant ultimate advantage, but the big ultimate we're looking for is the EMP.
Rally's going to be used by Shark. We're going to see a Dragon Blade come out from Vibes, and a 3-man EMP is going to land for Ziskuron, and that's going to spell doom for Guac as Boise State's going to be forced to retreat. Rezo's on the back line. Looks like he might be attempting a flank here. 12 seconds left, and Boise State's got to be careful.
Oh,
Hack's
no.
going to go on to Rezo. He is in on the back line, going to draw off the healing grenade from Dr. Huggable, who has the Nano and gets it onto Viper right as he goes down. So a good job there, but Viper immediately falls as well. So Boise State's taking care of the Nano in overtime. Ziskuron's going to be the next one to fall. You see 2 points have been unlocked, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Shark and Vibes will fall. 1 member left. Dragon Blade going to be used just to secure. It was the Nano Blade we've been waiting for, but unfortunately not the one we really wanted to see, as there was no one left alive, and Boise State now picks up a nice and easy second win.
Yes, absolutely nice second win there indeed. Holding them outside of spawn door for most of the game.
Yeah.
Even when they were down a couple members, they only held slightly further back on the stairs and waited for those members with their relatively high mobility, with the exception of the Anna, with their relatively high mobility to come back and spawn camp, and they weren't able to get the value they needed out of that EMP, and that's what prevented them from getting the full unlock on Boise State there. I mean, they killed Guac, but they didn't follow it up with anything else like that. When you have enemies standing outside your spawn door like that, you really need to be able to clean wipe them with something like that. And so I do think that their misuse of ultimates is what kept them in spawn and what only got them 2 ticks. One of the ticks was also just Boise State C9ing on the ball, so...
Yeah, I mean, that was as dominant a performance as we've seen in a while from Boise State. Speaking of that, Boise State Esports always looking for more talented players, production and broadcast talent. Top talent, along with good grades and eligibility, can earn you scholarships as well. Sign up today by visiting boisestate.edu/esports for more information. It's always a ton of fun seeing the new players come in for all of the squads. I know the Boise State Orange Rocket League squad's a bunch of new players. The Overwatch Orange squad as well, with some of the names that I didn't recognize. So it's always fun to see the Orange squad every single year. Hey, that's the name I haven't seen before. So it's awesome to see talent still filtering for Boise State and really playing at a high level. I mean, this blue squad, they've got a couple new players since when I first joined, and it's proven to be successful. Like I said, 1 map lost in NACE and NECC combined by them in, I believe, 8 games, which is phenomenal, and they're well on their way to not losing another map here tonight.
Oh, yes, absolutely. They are well on their way to not giving up a single map. It's always a good day to be a Boise State fan, but it's an especially good day to be a Boise State fan tonight after our absolutely dominant, amazing Rocket League performance. And now we're setting up for an equally dominant Overwatch performance.
Let me take a look at some of the replays here from the first 2 maps. I mean, an aerial kill coming out from Goblin onto a Pharah is one thing. A large Bagel doing a great job just being an absolute annoyance onto the enemy Bastion, who then is immediately taken down as well. I mean, Boise State is doing a really, really good job. Very, very few team fights lost, if any. I think that one was maybe the closest we've seen Concordia St. Paul come all night. I mean, and that's the one thing that I want to talk about. We talk about, hey, knowing when an ult's up. Boise State knew when Viper's rocket boosts were down because they got 2 environmental kills on a Diva, which should never, ever, ever happen.
Oh, yeah, so Large Bagel is just like laser vision on that. He is just waiting for it. He's waiting to just boot the Diva off the map, which I must imagine has to be one of the most satisfying feelings that there is.
See Boise State taking on Concordia St. Paul, Golden Bears and Broncos in the NACE Skills Shot College varsity group play. Boise State looking to move to 4-0, not dropping a map yet. They're up 2 games to nothing right now. Now, there are some criticisms still to come out. I highly doubt a nanoed Mercy and a nanoed Lucio were what Boise State was going for. So about the only thing you have to maybe be critical of is the on-a targeting, which it is kind of tricky at times when I play at a much lower skill level than what Boise State plays. I'm like, why did you walk in front of my nano? I'm trying to nano the Rhine, and now I've nanoed a Mercy. Still the one thing that you'd say, that probably wasn't the expected result for Boise State.
I would like to be perfectly honest. I believe that some of it is a little bit of trolling of Boise State kind of having fun, which is not necessarily what you want out of your team, but also I don't think it was necessarily the Ana missing.
We'll have to see no Ana this time, so we won't have to worry about those nanos, at least for now. We do have Goblin back in for Rezo, and he is on the Soldier. As Kel's going to get the first one in. It looks like we have a swap from Concordia St. Paul as well onto AM1 called Doc, and he's immediately going to see the same fate. Jugs goes down as well. Fractal dropping incredibly low, and him and Vipers will go down together. Dr. Vipers, or D Vipers, going to join, and Boise State will off to an excellent start.
Very briefly, I saw a large Biggles life flash before my own eyes. He got hooked by the hog into the Sigma shield. And I'm not sure that Sigma shield placement was intentional to block that specific hook, but it really did end up working in Boise State's favor there.
Have to see how the Golden Bears swap. You mentioned AM1 called Doc, and Jugs now into the game for the Golden Bears. Unfortunately, they've met the same fate as their other teammates. Dragon Blade has been used by Rezo. He's able to pick up 2, make that 3. Hey, how about 4? Goblin's going to get one more. That's a team kill for Boise State. That's a way to start.
That is absolutely a team kill for Boise State. Boise State is absolutely playing the game of how much space can we take, how fast can we kill them. Let's leave a couple people, let's leave one person on cart, and let's see how close to their spawn we can push them.
You can see the spawn. The cart hasn't even reached the first spawn yet, and Boise State is still on the other side. Does look like Jugs and Dr. Hubble able to get both DPS members. Rezo is going to get revived there by Asu, but it's not going to be enough to slow down Boise State as they unlock the first checkpoint. But as we talked about, they're not even near the payload at this point. They're just trying to rack up some kills. Rezo going to get stunned immediately, nearly falls. He's able to stabilize just barely, and Goblin's able to get an elimination on the Jugs. Guac's going to try a flank here onto Fractal, who has the Orb of Discord. Dr. Huggle going to be forced to use the sound barrier there. Boise State melting through those shields. Asu's committed Valkyrie, and another punch kill for him. Goblin and Rezo pick up the rest of the pieces, and Boise State continues pushing.
Oh yes, absolutely. Concordia would almost have to win 2 fights. So the payload is being held so far back to where the fights are actually happening. They would almost need to win 2 consecutive fights against Boise State to get the payload to stop at all, which is a really nice setup on Boise State's part.
Tactical visor coming out from Goblin. Doesn't pick up anything, but we can see once again Boise State on the other side of the .2 doors here, just putting on a clinic of how to shut down Concordia St. Paul. Guac and Kel going to start things off. You see the Dragon Strike is available, but Rezo right now holding on to it. Going to use that deflect to stay alive. Kel gets one more onto Jug. Respawns are coming out. They're close enough as the whole hog's committed from D Viper. The Boise State can't quite keep pushing. And you see right now that payload just slowly chugging her along, and there's 5 Broncos on the other side of a door.
Oh yes, absolutely. 5 Broncos on the other side of the door that they have yet to unlock. You see Rezo going out for a little bit of the extra push there. Zenyatta, really true MVP for sitting on that card.
Transcendence going to be used there by a large bagel. As Boise State's aggressive push has cost them 2 members. A coalescence is going to come out from MI called Doc, and that's going to cost Boise State 1 more. Rezo gets 1 back onto Vibe. He's been sitting on the Dragon Strike for quite a while, but it looks like Boise State's just content to regroup.
Yes, Boise State is content to regroup because they know that they cannot lose this next fight on that door, because no matter how hard they're rolling them now, if they lost us around this corner is one of the best places to hold them down.
Dragon Strike, Dragon Blade, both going to come out. Rezo's going to get 2 with the tactical visor, and Vibe's going to get nothing with his. So Rezo proving that Genji's a superior brother, at least for now, as Asu gets another one onto Vibe. Going to see a tempted shield from Fractal. That's not going to keep him alive. And right now, the only thing once again slowing down this Boise State assault is how slow the payload moves with only one member on it. I mean, they're just wiping them in their spawn at this point.
Yes, they're just wiping them in their spawn at this point. The only time they really needed to reset was just after unlocking those doors, and that was ultimately a really good decision on the side of Boise State.
See right now the body block in full effect. As soon as a member of the Golden Bears leaves the spawn, they immediately get taken down. They are going to get a pulse bomb out from Jugs. It's not really going to be able to do anything. Gravitic Flux there used by Kel. Not going to matter as Boise State with another clean push. All 3 points over 3.5 minutes left. Concordia St. Paul gets team killed after the round ends.
Yes.
And they've got their work cut out for them.
Oh yes, they absolutely do have their work cut out for them. We were talking about tilt, and I do believe a little bit of that is what's happening. I believe that Boise State is behaving differently than they normally would, and I believe that Concordia is probably behaving differently than they normally would. And to be honest, I'm not sure it's fair to expect anything different of either team.
Yeah, Boise State, I would be shocked if they even gave up 1 point here on Junkertown. That's how well they've been playing here. Double 100-0 wins in control, a 3-0 win earlier, and now it looks like another 3-0 win on Junkertown. I mean, it is hard-pressed to find a weakness for Boise State, and they're doing it on just a total myriad of heroes here as you see Goblin on one of his old favorites there with the Torbjorn.
Oh yes, absolutely. Goblin on the Torbjorn is always a lovely thing to see and a treat to cast for. However, Boise State is doing an amazing job of just pushing so far into them that they would have to win not just one fight, but like 2 or 3 before they could even stop the payload from moving a little bit. They're just holding so far up, so far in front of where Concordia is trying to go. Concordia is having a really, really rough time punching through and winning the fights that they would need to stop Boise State's progress.
So the teleporter comes out from Rezo, going to give Boise State the high ground. Looks like Concordia St. Paul trying to trap us in a time machine here with the double shield meta plus a bastion on a payload map. So we'll see how that works out to him. Immediately, Vibe's going to get hit by the stun. Right now, Boise State has not found an elimination. They'll get one onto D-Viper. Vibes as well. Immortality field for a man like called Doc taken out. Fracture will go down again, and Boise State off to an excellent start here on this high ground.
Yes, Boise State off to an excellent start on this high ground. It's going to take nothing short of some relatively impressive ultimates to get Boise State off of that high ground, because none of the members are really dropping or mispositioned, and so they're going to have a really, really rough time trying to get Boise State from this little chokehold that they have. Ooh, that might do it, though.
But well, Rez is going to come out. That's going to cancel anything they wanted to do. And it's just fun to see Goblin go back and forth. So Concordia St. Paul has no idea what side of the map is hitting them with Boise State controlling both of these close routes.
Yes, absolutely. That poor Reaper, that poor man.
He tried.
I'm not sure I understand the motivation, but points for effort. And Goblin is doing an excellent job of setting up that crossfire, being on the other side so that they can't shield both ways.
Doesn't have the molten core available. We'll see when he wants to use it. Photon barrier from Rezo going to be the first thing committed there as Goblin gets one, and he's just hopping back and forth, having a fun little time. Most mobility the Torbjorn probably ever had in his life. Vine's going to get the Orb of Discord as the molten core comes out all over the spawn, able to pick up a double kill onto the Golden Bears. Fractional dropping low, and right now they can't even find a way outside those own spawn doors.
Yes, Concordia simply does not have the heroes that they would need. How you break something like this is most likely a Sombra EMP. You get a Sombra EMP on everybody up there, you get some dive tanks, and you can break that hold. But it doesn't look like they're swapping to any of those heroes that they need, so...
Vidic Flux picks up 1. Kel and Goblin going to combine for 2 more. Rezo and Goblin get in on the action, and that's a 5 kill for Boise State. They did finally get an elimination on the Guac. The Valkyrie committed by Asu. We'll see if his res is up in time. And it really feels like Concordia St. Paul is just kind of waiting for all of their own ultimates to come up, and they think maybe that'll be the difference maker.
That could be the difference maker, but not necessarily on these heroes. Bastion in tank form isn't necessarily going to get a lot of value because they can just hide from it.
Right now that Bastion can't even stay alive. He will get resurrected inside of his own spawn.
Yeah.
That is just absolutely demoralizing. We're going to see the hulks come out. Unfortunately, it's not enough to get Boise State off of their rooftop vantage point right now with just over a minute and a half left. You've got to wonder when Concordia St. Paul's got to give up on this plan. There's the tank form going to come out. They're all going to try and commit at the same time. Dr. Huckable, the first one taken down. Immortality field used, but unfortunately for Concordia St. Paul, it goes down and none of them are standing in it to begin with. That's a 4 kill for Boise State. Fractual is the last one alive. He's trying, him and D-Viper pushing as hard as they can. They'll both be taken down, and nothing to show for it besides a turret elimination from Concordia St. Paul.
Yes, they don't have the ultimates that they need. I mean, 3 Qs is 3 Qs, but 3 Qs that can't get value from low ground to high ground aren't really going to do much for you there.
Vibes gets one onto Rezo. He has the photon barrier, but I would be shocked if he maybe just swapped off. No, there's the Rez going to come out. A large bagel gets Vibes. Once again, Concordia St. Paul at least gets a Torbjorn turret, but at what cost? Because right now it's cost them 5 of their members.
It just cost them 5 of their members. I feel like the Torbjorn turret elimination is almost just the only thing they can do, and so that's what they're going for, is because they can't get the members of Boise State off of that rooftop.
30 seconds remaining. Jug kind of swapped over to the Junkrat there. We're going to see the Dragon Strike come out. It's going to just whip. Gravitic Flux is going to be committed by Fractual there, but a nice Transcendence by a large bagel to cancel out all of that damage. You see a Resurrection come out onto Jugs. Photon Barrier dropped as well by Rezo. Dr. Huckle has committed the Valkyrie, but unfortunately he's going to lose his wings incredibly quickly and get grounded by Boise State. There's another 4K for the Broncos with the respawns coming in fast enough to prevent the team kill. And that is a near perfect hold for Boise State. I would be shocked if the payload moved more than a few meters. And the blue squad for Boise State with a clinic there, and they just were really unstoppable.
They were completely unstoppable. And I believe that last spawn camp being held up outside their doors on Junkertown, at least part of that was due to the fact that they didn't swap onto the heroes that they needed. Because the way to break intense holds like that, a single Sombra EMP, especially if they managed to hack the Zenyatta, that would have spelled doom for Boise State's first hold there. And then Boise State probably, with the mobility of the heroes that they were playing, they probably would have gotten at least a staggered recontest. But Concordia would have gotten outside of their spawn doors if they had tried different comps or different strategies. They didn't even try coming outside the side door in Junkertown for the most part. All of their team pushes came straight out front, right into where Boise State was looking at them, and I understand doing it maybe once or twice, but for a full 5 minutes, at some point, you have to come up with a new strategy. And so I don't actually believe that last map was a representation of how skilled the Concordia players are. I believe it was more a representation of their reluctance, or maybe they didn't necessarily know what heroes they needed to go. But I do believe that more than Concordia's skill, that just reflected their reluctance to swap onto the heroes that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like it's something we've heard all the time from Doc Haskell about in Overwatch of, hey, just because you have an ultimate doesn't mean that's worth throwing fight after fight for because you're that close to the ultimate and you're looking for the perfect time. And that's kind of what it felt like the Golden Bears did. I think Fractual set on the Gravitic Flux for fight after fight. Maybe could have dropped it with the tank form. If that would have worked, well, it would have been hard-pressed. But, yeah, it felt like, hey, they're like, hey, this is our payload-pushing comp. We're going to run it. And Boise State did a great job countering it. So, yeah. Kind of a little shocked that they didn't want to swap off, but Boise State will take it. So that is another 3-0 win in the pockets of the Boise State Blue squad, something they have become very accustomed to in NACE and in the NECC. So they're done for the night. Now it's on to the Orange squad. They'll be taking on Jamestown here in more NACE action. The Orange squad, I believe, sitting at 1-1 in NACE. Just their lone loss, though, has been to the Boise State Blue squad, so definitely something that they're happy about.
Listen, but ultimately they're still sitting at first and second seed, so it is really an excellent day to be a Bronco fan with our amazing dominant Rocket League victory, our amazing dominant Overwatch victory, and hopefully Orange Squad will continue to keep that up.
Yeah, as we do wrap up things here from the Blue squad, we do have the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game to give away, and I mean there are 6 very, very good choices, D'Angelo. Who would you give it to?
Pistol Whipping Mercy, let's go for it.
Yeah.
I know that Guac was also trying real hard, so I wouldn't be surprised if it went for him either.
I mean, you've got to give it to Asu. The man turned Mercy into an absolute punching bag. Does look like it is actually going to go over to Rezo, something, again, you can't complain about, because I will say the only downside of all of those Mercy fists of Fury is they were all off screen, so it's of course a little harder to have the replays for. You don't just want to have a replay of the kill feed. So that is what I'm going to chalk it up to. Asu, you got to make sure you're on camera next time when you start punching people to death. But a huge congratulations to Rezo. I mean, he came in for Goblin on map 2, stayed for map 3, didn't look at all like he had missed a beat from what we saw in game 1. He was phenomenal.
Oh yes, he was absolutely phenomenal just with the eliminations. I mean, holding them outside the spawn door, I mean, how do you do that other than DPS and sending them to spawn? So it really does make sense that it landed onto one of Boise State's DPS, considering we were holding them in spawn for the majority of 3 maps.
Like I said, I mean, there are really 7 worthy candidates that could have received Player of the Game, as Boise State had Rezo, Goblin, and Plato all play DPS, so them flexing their substitution muscle just a little bit there. But a huge shout out to Rezo, Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game. They believe that a great player makes a team more successful. Rezo doing a great job with those Dragon Blades, as we see here in the replay, making Boise State more successful in a 3-0 victory. Idaho Central Credit Union, who's also helping their members achieve financial success as well. Huge shout out to Rezo getting the play of the game. I'm just sad we didn't see the Battle Mercy, because that really is what I think would have sealed it. If he got 4 punch kills on stream, I mean, that's game over, right? There's nothing you could do to that then.
He got about 6 punch kills, but also more impressively than that, he got a lot of pistol whipping headshot kills too. So that was also fantastic. And part of the reason that Boise State was able to hold them at their spawn doors, every single member, 6 people, were focusing on murdering the enemy team to a huge amount of success. And clearly Rezo makes Boise State a more successful team. He's been player of the game twice in a row as both of the Overwatch casts that we've done.
There you go. So Rezo on a little bit of a personal hot streak, but we'll see if Boise State's hot streak tonight can continue. We're going to wrap things up here with our top 5 players from the Broncos and the Golden Bears, but don't go anywhere. We've got more Overwatch with Fish and D'Angelo coming up. It's Boise State Orange taking on Jamestown. See if the Orange squad can keep up their winning ways against teams not named Boise State. That's all to follow after these top 5 plays.
A very worthwhile grade.
Well, Boise State's done a really good job of punishing enemy mercies, and when Boise State picked up the mercy, they've gotten a ton of value. You see Goblin, he's in on the back line. I'm not sure anyone on Concordia St. Paul knows he's there. He's going to try. Oh. He takes out the Pharah in midair. Who needs a jetpack when you play Doomfist this well? There is the res from Dr. Huggable. Throw as they start to run out of time, and Boise State nearly gets an elimination. Valkyrie kicks it off, but a meteor strike takes him down. Plato picks up 2 more, and there's no red. Coalesce is going to be used as well as the Rocket Barrage. Sound Barrier comes out after all of the damage, and Boise State here should be able to cleanly pick up point 1. I think that was 1 death on the side of Boise State, let alone Boise State, as we see the Gravitic Flux going to come out from Viper. Doesn't look like he's going to land on anything. Nano now is on to Rezo, but he's not choosing to use the blade. Now he's going to commit the Nano blade out. Hasn't quite found an elimination. Finally gets one onto Skurron. Asu gets another one onto Dr. Huggable. Asu might be gold to limbs at this point as he pops the Valkyrie. Kellen Guak going to get 2 more, and right now
and so far it's been quite a lot.
Very aggressive hold for Boise State. Guak going to jump right in. I don't know if the Golden Bears are ready for it. Dr. Huggable, the first one taken down. Shark goes down as well. Looks like Fractal was able to get back, but Vibes and Skurron were not. Viper's going to go down as well, and Boise State with a 5-man kill right up the spot.
5 tanks, and you can break that hold. But it doesn't look like they're swapping to any of those heroes that they need, so...
Vidic Flux picks up 1. Kellen Goblin going to combine for 2 more. Rezo and Goblin get in on the action, and that's a 5 kill for Boise State. They did finally get eliminated. Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We continue chugging along here tonight in our jam-packed Thursday. We have some Rocket League that's in the books for a Boise State win. We've got some Overwatch. The Boise State Blue squad picking up a 3-0 victory. And now Fishy D'Angelo here for the Boise State Orange squad in Nace. They're going to be taking on Jamestown. As we mentioned, the Orange squad only loss in Nace has been to the Boise State Blue squad. They met an unfortunate buzzsaw last night in NECC to Midland, but this Orange squad has only lost 2 games all year in Nace and NECC, as we mentioned, to Boise State and Midland. So the Broncos on fire. We'll see if the Orange squad can do what the Blue squad just did. It's going to be a tough one. I think we've seen Jamestown before against Boise State Blues, so it's an opponent Boise State has scouted. See how Orange can respond from a loss last night, because they've probably got some, at least, revenge on their mind.
Yes. It would be really, really nice if the Orange team could keep up the really, really good dominant victories that we have here right now. And I do believe it is fully within their capabilities to do so.
Yeah, they've been playing really, really well. I'll be curious to see how this comp comes together, because last night was all sorts of weird. I mean, we had at one point the Hanzo Soldier meta, the Hanzo Mei meta. I mean, there's just heroes that we haven't seen very often coming out from the side of Midland, so maybe doing a great job of mixing things up on Boise State. So we'll see how they do against Jamestown. As we mentioned, this is a team that Boise State Blue, I believe, has played and did a very good job about, so the Broncos should have some scouting, some sort of familiarity with how Jamestown wants to handled it. As you see Doc's keys to the game. Win that first fight, stabilize and reset if needed, melt the same target, something you mentioned, D'Angelo, that the Orange Squad has been a little bit lackluster on recently, so definitely a focus for them. And then tanks take the space. It's all made possible by Count, whose Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and a personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions help deliver safe payments, account creation, login events, and so much more. If you have any more information, you want to go check them out, Count online at KOUNT.com. So take a look there at the two sides going out against it. Modern Frost, Narbles, Icy, Quidgible, Pleb, and Beanie Bum taking on Gengar, Quick Kill, Cosmic Corn Dog, that's a great name, Little Snacky, Jägermeister, and Wetly. So a couple names that I remember from the last time Jamestown played, so I'm curious to see how Boise State wants to handle them. And a huge shout out, Cosmic Corn Dog, that's a great name.
Cosmic Corn Dog. I don't know. I was thinking Little Snacky was the name of choice there.
They might be roommates, I'm going to be honest. They probably are roommates.
They were roommates.
Well, that's an old vine from the past there. As we get the blast from the past, I'll be curious to see if we see more Orisa Sig at this point, if we're going that far back, D'Angelo. But it is Boise State, Jamestown taking on each other in NACE Skills Shot Collegiate Varsity regular season. As we mentioned, the Orange Squad doing pretty well so far, just their one loss here as we kick things off on the first map.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And we're seeing the first map Ilios again, so maybe we'll see some flank dominance, just like we saw with Boise State Blue and the Doomfist. However, it looks like we're running the Sombra, which usually is a good thing for Boise State. Boise State usually has a lot of success with Frost on the Sombra.
Yeah, Frost has been, as you mentioned, one of the best Sombra players for Boise State and sort of led that Bronco change onto the Sombra Reaper meta. So we'll be curious to see how they kick things off here and how many hacks he can get. We do see Gengar on the Sombra as well. First hack's going to go on to Weddle, and Boise State, unfortunately, not able to push their advantage as they're right now battling it out on the point. Icy taking low. Quick kill, though. The one who has to be stabilized very quickly from Jamestown. Hack going to go onto both Divas, but neither one going to be in any trouble as Pleb gets the first elimination onto Weddle. And now the Broncos starting to push their advantage. Quidgible hack once again. Him and Icy about half health, but Boise State shoving Jamestown back into their spawn. They're going to retreat, hack onto Jägermeister, but I don't think the Broncos are going to go too far. They just want to capture this point, which they've already done.
Yes, they just want to capture the point. They don't necessarily want to push them all the way back into spawn like Boise State Blue.
Right now, looks like Frost, as you can see, he's winning that Sombra battle, 85% to 60. He's over there on the side as we're going to get a full engage here from Jamestown. Both Colemson's going to be committed there, and it's Beanie Bum who's going to be the first one taken down. Good job by a Little Snack to be able to get that elimination. Quidgible incredibly low as well, but he does have the Diva Bomb if he wants to reset his health. Hack going to go on to Jägermeister, and he's going to get a first kill onto Narbles as well. Quidgible going to throw down the Diva Bomb. He'll pick up one on the Cosmic Corn Dog as well as Jägermeister out of the mech. Icy got a quick kill, and Boise State with a fast turnaround here. They've gotten 3 members, making 4 as Weddle goes down. Gengar has the EMP, but you gotta think he's gonna save it. Little Snack gets hacked, and that's gonna spell doom for him as well.
Oh yes, absolutely. Boise State, when I saw us go down 2, I was like, oh no, we're not gonna win that fight. Quidgible's using his ult, oh no. But then Quidgible proceeded to get a kill, and Icy proceeded to stunt on the Reaper just a little bit, and Boise State very nicely was able to stabilize. And now we can set up for an amazing EMP. There it is.
There's the EMP on the 5 members with the Death Blossom from Narbles not actually getting as much value. Don't know what happened there because usually that's a huge 4 or 5K, but 2 members regardless. Boise State's going to take that trade. Make it 3 as Weddle falls off the edge.
Yes, absolutely. Now this next fight will come down to the ability of Jamestown to use their own EMP Reaper Ultimate and Beanie Bum's ability to not get caught by the EMP. That's a lot of pressure on Beanie Bum for this next fight because it really rides on him.
See, the EMP Death Blossom combo is up for Jamestown. So as you mentioned, D'Angelo, all on Beanie Bump to dodge the EMP and then slam down that sound barrier. There it is. It lands onto 3, but Beanie Bump dodged it. He's able to get the sound barrier off onto 5 members of Boise State. Jägermeister going to lose the mech. Double Coalescence comes out. Quidgible forced to use the self-destruct to reset his health, and Primal Rage going to come out as Cosmic Corn Dog dropped his own sound barrier, so no one going down for a while. Finally, Frost and Quick Kill will fall. Cosmic Corn Dog the next elimination, and that was an absolute clinic by both Lucios on how to keep your teams alive. Jägermeister now going to use his own Diva Bomb there to reset his health. What a great punish by Boise State before he can hop in. The Broncos at 99%, so the Knights need this win more than anything. They can't get it, and Boise State Orange off to a great start.
Boise State Orange was off to a great start indeed. Beanie Bum knew exactly what he needed to do, and Boise State was very prepared for the Reaper Roll EMP, as you can see. As we backed up, and then the Reaper Roll didn't get anybody, and then because the EMP actually would have gotten a ton of value, except Beanie Bum exists and did his job to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, Beanie Bum has done a great job. I mean, we've seen it from a large bagel as well. Boise State's Lucio's understanding. All right, we just got to stand away from the team for the EMP. Then we roller skate in, we slam down that sound barrier, and we keep everyone nice and healthy. Doesn't look like we're seeing any changes from either side here as we go on to map 2 on control.
I mean, on the side of Boise State, why change it if it's not broken? Beanie Bum on the Lucio is an absolutely amazing pick, especially considering that they're running on the Sombra.
Now, look for a moment like Gengar had considered the Pharah, but he ended up deciding against it and going right back on to that Sombra. Quidjibble going to be the first one taken low. Looks like he'll be able to be stabilized. The hack's going to go on to Icy and Jägermeister respectively, but no one's going to be taken down. So a Cosmic Corn Dog, the target of focus now for Boise State. Now they're going to look like they can't quite finish him off, unfortunately. As Icy gets hacked, he's got to jump away. Weddle's going to get hacked as well, but there's not going to be a ton of damage onto him. And that target focus we talked about in Doc's keys to the game right now, slowing Boise State down just a little bit. His little snack gets the first elimination on to Quidjibble. And now he's going to throw down the Coalescence. Narwhal gets one back, though, so he's going to take the Winston out of the fight. And it looks like we might have some sort of internet issue there as Narwhal was shooting into a wall. We'll have to keep an eye on that as that turned that fight around and Boise State loses 4 members.
That absolutely did turn that fight around. Both Narwhals and Pleb are sitting on the same internet, so that's our main heal and our Reaper having internet issues right now. We'll see if Boise State's able to recover from that.
Have to see. We saw Narbles in that fight just shooting into a wall. Haven't seen either of them yet as Frost is in on the back line trying to get a hack. Lands one onto Jägermeister. For now, Pleb is back. He's going to drop the Coalescent. Frost is incredibly low. He's been hacked, so he can't get away. So Quidjibble and Gengar are going to trade eliminations. Cosmic Corn Dog going to throw down the sound barrier in combination with Gengar's EMP, which is used just with the Primal Rage, and it's going to get Quidjibble out of the mech. An interesting EMP committal there from the Knights, but it is going to be able to get them one onto Pleb, who's fallen off the map. Quidjibble able to get back into the mech. Icy has gone down as well, so we'll be curious to see how long Boise State wants to contest. They do have the point, though, however, so even if it's a losing fight, they're just gaining percent. Jägermeister going to get hacked, nearly taken out of the mech. They're going to see the Death Blossom come out from Quick Kill. Looks like the rest of his team's going to pick up some eliminations, and that should allow the Knights to get the point back. Little Snack committing that Coalescence a bit late for them.
Yes, however, because the sound barrier was used without Boise State's own EMP being used, the value that we are able to get not only in the EMP, but in the follow-up after the EMP will determine this next fight and how much percentage Boise State is going to get off.
Well, the first one hacked. Narbles has been taken down immediately there by Quick Kill. Frost still sitting on the EMP, but I'm curious to see if Boise State retreats as they lose Quidjibble out of the mech as well. This probably spells a good time for Boise State to wait for some respawn.
Yes, absolutely, because Boise State does have about 45% more to wait for a really, really good EMP and get set up for that. However, I do believe our Reaper and Moira are still having some sort of latency internet issues.
Yeah, haven't seen much from them. It was on Narble shooting a wall earlier. Quidjibble taking down in the Baby Diva form. Gengar's got the EMP back. You can see Narble's there for now. Looks like he might have stabilized. Boise State has not picked a fight, so you have to wonder if there is something going on for Narbles and Pleb, as we talked about, both on the same internet. We saw Narbles with some DC issues earlier in this map. Bronco's still waiting to engage. Now we see Frost. Looks like he's going to go in. There's the EMP onto 4. Going to be comboed with the Coalescence, which is going to be able to pick up 2. Nice hack onto Jägermeister to continue the shutdown for Boise State. They're taking him out of the mech. Gengar and Weddle, the only ones still left alive. They're going to take down the Winston. It looks like Boise State should be able to get the point back, but not before overtime kicks in.
Pleb is back, as we saw with that Coalescence. That was absolutely fantastic. And if Pleb is back, there's a good chance that Narbles is also back after that internet struggle. So even though Boise State is in overtime and at an ultimate disadvantage, their chance really starts now because they have 6 functional members.
You have to go up against the EMP sound barrier, EMP bomb combination of Jamestown, but Beanie Bum with the sound barrier, as long as he can dodge that EMP, should be able to help Boise State stabilize. Individual hack going to go out onto Frost, and the Knights right now just sort of waiting, as we're going to see the Primal Rage committed by Icy. Narble's dropping low, and he's going to get booped off the edge. Icy trying to do what he can. He will be taken down. Death Blossom Coalescence going to be the choice for Jamestown, and that's going to work to perfection. They're going to be able to get a couple of members. You see Frost and Beanie Bum trying to contest on the point. They will both be taken out, and that's going to allow the Knights to capture right back, and Boise State doesn't look like they're going to be able to get to the point in time, so Jamestown's going to even things up at 1 aside.
Yes, they are going to even that out. But it will be up to Boise State to take this next map with an even 6 functional players. I mean, we hope that they're still not having internet issues. It looks like things have gotten better, but
it remains to be seen for the Broncos, who were off to an excellent start before we started seeing Narble's lag. And as you mentioned, D'Angelo, him and Pleb, as you can see there, sharing the same last name also means that they unfortunately share an internet connection here tonight, which means if one goes down, the other one will shortly follow. So Boise State, a 5v6 might be winnable. A 4v6, that's asking a lot if they do have some issues.
That is asking a lot, especially if one of those is your main healer.
Have to see. We do see Narvel is going to be on the Pharah, so a disconnect will be obvious, as he's probably going to just plummet to his own death, start playing some ground Pharahs. He does have Beanie Bum there on the Mercy as well, so the Pharmacy online for Boise State. No hit scan for the side of Jamestown, potentially Boise State catching it off guard here a little bit as Gengar is still on the Sombra, but a hack could ground that Pharah as well. For now, though, the Knight going to push right up into Boise State's grills. Quintuple dropping low, going to get forced out of the mech, and that's going to be the first takedown for the side of Jamestown. Beanie Bum dropping incredibly low. Point has unlocked, and right now Boise State's still looking for an in. Beanie Bum goes down. Frost is incredibly low as well on the Tracer this time. And Boise State right now, those swaps not paying off, as they're going to lose the first 3 members.
Not paying off at all. Boise State was not able to get the damage that they needed to get onto Jamestown, and it really did end up costing them that fight.
See what they can do next. Narble's very close to the Rocket Barrage, sitting at a nice 69%, now going to go up to 77, so he is very close to potentially dropping some pain on the Knights. No one else for Boise State too close, but Gengar's still pretty far away from that EMP, so the Broncos don't have to be too worried about it right now. Now we see Narbles. There he is. He's got the Rocket Barrage. Nearly gets 2 environmental kills, just missing on knocking them into the hole-in-one. See if he has a chance for a Rocket Barrage here. Right now, it doesn't look like either team's willing to commit. Jamestown totally okay with this, as they're now building up on the point. Coalesce is going to be the first thing dropped there by Pleb. Rocket Barrage still being weighted. Unfortunately, misses on the environmental kills. Pulse Bomb going to come out from the Tracer, but it's going to be eaten up by Jägermeister. So unfortunately, Boise State's not going to have that. A hack onto Narbles is going to shut him down. And you can see Weddle trying to jump on him with the Primal Rage. But there's a 5-man EMP coming out from Gengar. Unfortunately, Narbles has been hacked as well, so he can't do anything, and Boise State still trying to get onto that point, 61% and climbing, and the Broncos feel really hesitant to take a fight right now.
Yes, they're being too cautious. They're waiting for the Diva mech to go out so that Narvels can get value off of the barrage, but at this point they've given them about 30% of the point just for free.
There is a aggro sound barrier coming out from Cosmic Corn Dog. The Primal Rage was used by Icy as well as the Coalescence from Pleb. Quintuple now going to throw in the Diva Bomb. He's able to pick up one, and Pleb gets another one. So there's a small sign of life from Boise State. We are going to see the Reaper Ult come out. He will be taken down. Narvel's able to get another one on the Little Snack. He'll add one more onto Jägermeister, but you have to wonder if that was worth it for Boise State, because Jamestown almost takes this all the way to 99%.
Yes, they do almost take out to 99% because Boise State was just a little bit too cautious trying to pick the right fight. And I mean, there is something to be said about picking the right fight, but when you give them 50% of the point to do it, that's a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, so now Boise State has to play near perfectly. You see Narble still sitting on that Rocket Barrage. The Valkyrie from Beanie Bum also up as well. First the Diva Bomb and the Coalescence. The Little Snack's going to pop right on cue. See what Boise State wants to do. They have a couple more ultimates. Right now they've lost Pleb. Narble's still holding on to this Rocket Barrage, trying to get away from a couple of members just running him down. Valkyrie's been popped by Beanie Bum, and Narble's going to be taken out. Rez is going to go on to Pleb to keep Boise State at least as even as possible, knowing they can't afford to drop another fight. Now we're going to see one Pulse Bomb pick up a kill on to Quick Kill. Diva Bomb's going to go up from Jägermeister, not able to get anything, and it is able to zone Boise State off the point, though, so now the Broncos have got to be careful. They are back at full strength. Weddle going to commit the Primal Rage, but Boise State has to stay contesting on this point and win a fight to get back into it. Gengar sitting on the EMP as well. It means that's going to be difficult for Boise State, as they're going to get 4-man EMP, so Icy nearly jumped into the pit as he got EMP'd. Rocket Barrage finally comes out from Narbles, and he's going to get just one. Gengar gets it on the Beanie Bum. bomb, though, so there's not going to be a res. EMP has faded. Boise State still holding on. It's Little Snack pops the coalescence. Diva bomb for Quidgable, just trying to phase away the Knights off the point. Icy now forced to pop it, going to heal back up to full. He's trying to stay on the point. So we see Narbles has been taken down. Quidgable gets Jägermeister out of the mech. Hack going to land onto Icy, but the Broncos just barely hanging on. Finally able to get 2 members. It's a tank line down for the Knights. Can the Broncos get more? They're going to get a res onto Narbles. Quidgable will fall, but Boise State sitting comfortably right now in a 5-on-3. They are about halfway to contest it, or to capturing the point back. Pulse bomb online for Frost. The Boise State finally wills themselves back into this game.
That was a really scary, sketchy fight, but Boise State did end up winning. However, we didn't get any point contest for that because we allowed the Diva Bomb to just kind of C9 us all off the point. If we hadn't done that, we would be at 99-99, and Jamestown would be forced to come in for staggered recontests.
See how Boise State can hold on. You've got Sound Barrier up for Cosmic Corndog. Pulse Bomb up for Frost. He's in on the back line. Nearly gets one on the quick kill. But a nice Wraith Storm away. There's the Pulse Bomb. Going to be dropped. Hit markers galore, but nothing else to show for it. Primal Rage going to be used by Weddle. You see Gengar at 97% on the EMP and climbing. Frost trying to do what he can. Cosmic Corndog's low. Getting rid of that Sound Barrier would have been huge. Hack's going to land on the Beanie Bum, and Icy's going to fall in the pit. Jägermeister, Gengar, and Quick Kill going to add on top of it. The die is a perfect sum of what just happened to Boise State. Nice phasing Diva Bomb by Jägermeister keeps Narbles off the point, and Jamestown going to claw their way back to claim map 1.
Yes, and ultimately I do believe what ended up losing Boise State that map was, in addition to the Pharah ult and some other general ultimate misusage, the biggest thing was that Diva Bomb allowing them to flip the cap of the point on their side. That ended up being a huge map loss for Boise State there when they got off that point. Otherwise, they would have had 99-99, and then Jamestown would have been fighting to just try to touch. And usually when you're fighting to just try to touch, it takes some sort of a miracle to flip that. But because Boise State wasn't on the point during that Diva ultimate, there was a little bit of a situation that happened because of that.
So see what Boise State can do to rally back. Don't forget about the Rocky Mountain Warfare Invitational coming up 2 days from now on October 10th, a multi-state duo Warzone tournament in conjunction with the Idaho Army National Guard. So if you're in Oregon, Montana, Idaho, or South Dakota, this is the event for you. You want more information, check out the Idaho Army National Guard at any of their social media links there at the bottom of the screen. It's also a great time to ask them about how the Army National Guard can help you get an education in gaming and interactive media. I'm super excited to see how this Saturday goes. You can see the nice prize packs there, nestled by some water bottles that Boise State has set out there. Awesome from what I've been told, and I know the winners of the previous, there you go, right there, nice next to the Star Wars action figure. I don't think he's up for prize. He's just guarding them to make sure that no one attempts to steal them there. So I'm really excited to see what's in those crates. I'm really excited to see what goes down on Saturday. But right now, I'm really curious to see if Boise State can get back into it, because that last control map, I mean, we talked about potentially Narbles and Pleb having some internet issues. I don't know if that was the case, but they let Jamestown get to 98% before they even really started a fight there. I mean, that was a huge reason why they lost as well, as they just kind of said they were scared to fight for some reason.
They sat there for about 50% on the point, just kind of poking and hoping for an limb, but they didn't hard commit on anybody. They were waiting for essentially positional issues, but they didn't capitalize on those positional issues when they happened, and so they just kind of let 50% happen just for free.
Yeah, you've got to wonder, like we said, if there's a potential internet issue going on with Narbles and Pleb. We saw at one point Narbles just shooting a wall and stop moving, because that was very un-Boise State-like to push their advantage. So we'll see what happens here as we go to Dorado. Boise State back on their familiar comp. Jamestown has not even opted to swap off yet.
No, they haven't opted to swap off yet. And I mean, why would they? Last map actually went quite well for them. And hopefully we have Pleb and Narbles back to their full strength. And hopefully the rest of Boise State starts playing like they mean it, playing like to the best of their abilities, and playing like we all know that they can.
As we count down here, it looks like we could be curious to see Boise State not for now opting for a high ground hold. Instead, they're going to be sneaking right around the corner. You can see also Frost off screen on the other side. They're going to try and get some value on that EMP to start off. Now, Gengar being in stealth does mean that Boise State's hold not going to be as sneaky as they perhaps wanted, as the full fight's going to break out there. Cosmic Corndog and Jägermeister dropping low, but Jägermeister gets the first elimination on the Beanie Bum before losing his mech. Hack onto Quidgible as well onto Little Snack, and Boise State's eliminations unfortunately piling up against them as Icy has now gone down. Frost and Pleb dropping low. Another great hack onto Quidgible from Gengar with him and Frost tied at 40% aside on the EMP. Quidgible finally able to get Weddle there to leave things up. He's going to make it a triple kill onto Jägermeister and quick kill. And Boise State with a great late second hold.
Yes, an absolutely amazing, great late second hold. And they actually didn't get much card push even though they won that fight. And Jamestown is now also at an ultimate disadvantage because of Boise State's clean reset.
Weddle does have the Primal Rage, but he's going to get hacked out there. Coalescence and the Diva Bomb online for Boise State. And there's the Coalescence and Primal Rage right on cue. Club's keeping everyone alive. A nice hack onto Weddle means he's going to go down despite the 1,000 health. And Boise State's going to continue pushing. They still have the Diva Bomb. Icy getting closer to his own Primal Rage. Frost just barely leading Gengar in the EMP battle. His is up and Gengar's is at 97%. Gengar low, but it might be whichever Sombra hits Q first here.
Yes, absolutely. It might end up being whichever Sombra hits Q first here because Beanie Bomb at least does not have Sound Barrier yet, whereas Jamestown does.
5-man EMP with the Diva Bomb, able to pick up one from that shutdown on the Cosmic Corn Dog. He was not able to Sound Barrier that off. Narvel's going to get one onto Little Snack and chase the rest of the members of the Knights into their spawn. Now Boise State's got to be ready because they've got to deal with that combination coming up against them very, very soon.
Yes, absolutely. They do have to deal with that combination coming up against them very, very soon. Depending on the willingness of Jamestown to press Q, Beanie Bomb only needs one more fight before he can charge his own Sound Barrier and have the hard counter to that. So it all depends on how quickly Jamestown is able to execute this.
Hack onto Quick Kill. There's a 5-man EMP, including onto Beanie Bomb, so no Sound Barrier to speak of. And Cosmic Corn Dog actually going to throw down his own Sound Barrier in conjunction with the Death Blossom from Quick Kill. Boise State's going to lose 4 members. Have to wonder why Cosmic Corn Dog got scared, but it worked out for Jamestown.
It did work out for Jamestown. However, now Boise State's coming back with 50% of their own EMP and a full Reaper ultimate without the Sound Barrier counter. And while that might not necessarily help them on this first point here, it will help them second.
Boise State's going to hop on and try for the late contest, 2 meters away from the point. Sound Barrier Coalescence going to be used. Jägermeister's going to commit the EMP, or the Diva Bomb, and it's not going to get anything. Narvel's going to throw out the Death Blossom. He won't find much value as the first elimination goes on to Quidgible's mech. Weddle has Primal Rage, and so has Icy, but the first elimination has gone on to Quidgible, who's been knocked out of the mech. They'll answer right back, getting one on to Jägermeister, so both Divas have now been taken out of the fight. Narvels gets one on the Cosmic Corn Dog with his fist, and Boise State, it looks like they've stopped the Jamestown push for now. Jägermeister back alive, but Boise State right now racking up eliminations. Attack onto Gengar. He is the EMP though, so Boise State's going to have an EMP battle coming up here on what could be the final fight of first point.
Oh yes, absolutely. This could very well be the final fight of first point, and it will come down to whichever Sombra presses Q first, and/or whichever Sombra presses Q better, because we do have, both teams do have solid ultimate combos with that EMP.
Jägermeister going to get individual hacked and taken out of the mech. Doesn't look like for now Boise State's able to punish, but they are at least going to be fighting about a 6 versus a 5.5. Some people I know at Boise State say that you should respect maybe Diva more, but I don't know if that's the case for Jägermeister. He's on the side of Jamestown. Boise State does have the EMP Blossom Bomb, just the EMP Bomb, and it's going to start off with Boise State using their EMP and answer back with a 6-man EMP from Gengar, but it might not matter as Boise State was quick enough. Quick Kill is going to get off the Death Blossom. He's able to pick up Plague mid-hack, and he will go down. Jägermeister, of course, out of the mech. Boise State still holding on to the Diva Bomb. Can use that as a zoning ultimate to stop anyone from the Knights getting onto the point, and there it is. But it wasn't able to slow down Little Snack, but he can't get there in time, and Boise State holds on.
Yes, Boise State does in fact hold on. It seems like Boise State Orange, like we said, is the learning team. It seems like their internet has also managed to fix itself as well, which is always fantastic. Things were looking a little bit rough for a couple maps there, but now we're back to being the Boise State that everybody here has come to expect from Orange Team.
Yeah, doing a great job there, surviving a nice 6-man EMP from Gengar. Do think that Narbles was able to get the Death Blossom off during Frost EMP, and that sort of flipped the fight. So Boise State, they know what they have to do, basically cap point 1, but that's still going to be very difficult as both teams run in the same comp. We can see how much you can shut down a team, even that close to the point.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen how Boise State did an amazing job because they got clean wiped a couple of times, but then because they had that Lucio, they were able to come back, and it seems like since both teams are running that Lucio and just generally mobile comps, their respawn times are going to be much faster than you expect. So if you clean wipe them right outside of your spawn, then they're going to be back for a full recontest, and you need to be ready for that. I do believe that, ultimates notwithstanding, that first point will probably go to the team that has better control over the high ground in this first area here.
Yeah, Jamestown going for the more traditional high ground approach. Boise State was going for the sneaky corner strat, but of course with a Sombra, it's going to be a bit harder to hide away from the enemy team. As you can see, Gengar standing right in front of the point. Boise State has no idea that he is there. Looks like he's probably gotten away as the Broncos start looking for him. Meanwhile, we see Frost. He's trying to find somebody, but the high ground's going to stop down that Sombra for now. As we see, Jamestown will reveal their location to Boise State, and the Broncos got to figure out how they want to get up there. Beanie Bum going to climb the wall, trying to land a boop. Will do just that. 3 members now going to be forced down, but the Bronco health bars are the ones suffering. Weddle going to be the first one taken out as Boise State has done a nice job stabilizing. Quick kill incredibly low, and him and Little Snack will fall at the same time. Jägermeister hacked as well is going to be taken out of the Diva mech. See if Boise State can immediately pick him up. Yes, they can. They're going to Cosmic Corn Dog as well, and the Broncos on their way to pushing.
The Broncos are, in fact, on their way to pushing, but they have to win at least one more fight to cap this first point on Jamestown. Jamestown does get a full recontest here. However, they are at a little bit of an ultimate disadvantage because they did just lose that last fight, and their Sombra is half the charge that Frost is on that huge EMP, and their Reapers is nowhere close to Narbles.
And the only good thing for Jamestown is that from all the damage they took, Cosmic Corn Dog is leading the sound barrier battle, something that they'll need to survive that EMP. But the payload's already incredibly close, and no one is even any close to any ultimate on either side, but Boise State's got a couple up above 90. Hack's going to go on to Quidgeable, but Boise State looks like they should be able to survive. Coalescence used from Pleb, and they'll get the first elimination on to Weddle. And you can see the health bar starting to disappear for Jamestown. Narwhal picks up another one. There's a 3-man EMP committed by Frost on the 3 surviving members of the Knights, Gengar and Jägermeister. Jägermeister is going to get the Diva Bomb out. Should keep him alive for a little bit, but not able to hop back in. And Boise State even things up extremely quickly there. Going to send us over to Hybrid.
Oh yes, absolutely. Boise State is playing exactly how we expect them to play. They're playing very, very well. They're not only managing to reset nicely, but they're also reset nicely, which enabled them to keep control of that first point on defense. But they also pushed their advantage on attack. They knew that Jamestown was only going to have one more full recontest, and they knew that they had the ultimate advantage, so they were just pressing Q as soon as they got it to just kind of push Jamestown back and take that first point.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Boise State wants to respond. Both teams have a map aside in this best of 5 as we head over to Hybrid, but you have to love how Boise State just played that one. Of course, that is going to throw things over to Jamestown for map select, which should all but guarantee we're probably going to Kings Row.
And Kings Row isn't necessarily a bad map. It is probably a map that we might see some more Reinhardt on, because Icy just really likes to play Reinhardt on Kings Row, and Kings Row is a map that enables a good amount of skillful Reinhardt play, and so that is a chance for him to show off his comfort on this other tank in addition to Winston.
Yeah, not sure if the Orange team wants to see Reinhardt on Kings Row. If you don't remember last night, there were a lot of big shatters that came out against Boise State Orange on Kings Row, but it's a different team, so maybe they'll be a little bit more lucky as we see the Angels like, don't remind us, don't go check that one out. As we see some of the replays here from what looked to be a great start to Control. Boise State dominated map 1, but unfortunately for them, we saw at one point Narbles running into a wall, and that really felt like kind of shut down Boise State's attack, because on the next 2 maps, they were very, very hesitant to full-on engage.
Yes, they were having a rough time, and that is to be expected when you're effectively running 4 versus 6 because 2 of your members are having internet issues. There's not really much more that you can expect from a team other than trying to be cautious, and it did cost them quite a bit, but now Boise State is back and doing what we expect from them.
Yeah, back at full strength, Boise State put on a clinic on Dorado there. A first point shutdown, and then just a dominating bang-bang double fight win against Jamestown on attack. So I'll be curious where the Knights want to go on a Hybrid. I'll be curious to see if either team really trades off of this comp that we've seen from both sides. It is Boise State and Jamestown. Nate's Skillshot College varsity regular season. The Orange squad for Boise State right now only has a loss to their big brother, I guess you could say, as the Blue squad beat the Orange squad in the first game of regular season play, as both teams were required to be in the same group. And here we go, we're on to Kings Row.
We're on to Kings Row, and as I can tell, you're very, very excited about that.
I do see something, though.
You do see something,
I see a Symmetra Bastion. That's smelling like Statue of Liberty. Boise State had it pulled off against them. It might have even been Jamestown that pulled it off against them. even though the Broncos won. So
yes.
one disadvantage for the Knights. Boise State's already seen it. I'll be curious to see if they stick to it.
Boise State has already seen it, and a trick only works once. Especially against a learning team like Boise State, a trick only works once. So I would sincerely hope that Boise State, at least if they get clean wiped once, they'll be ready for it the next time.
Where they want to go. Looks like for now,
they know.
The Broncos are like, here, we're not even going to let you put that teleporter down. Elimination onto Little Snack. Immortality Field keeps the rest of the team alive, and the Broncos doing a great job shutting down any teleport straps that Jamestown wants to throw at them, at least for now.
Oh yes, there it is. That's exactly what we expect from Icy and the rest of Boise State, charging into them. Now that they know that Bastion's there, it's not going to get the value.
Gengar trying to go into turret form, was about to get charged, but he's actually going to get some help from Quick Kill. They're going to take down Icy. Beanie Bug's going to get Weddle. So both teams down a Reinhardt, and there it is. Teleporter's going to go down on top of the statue. So Jamestown's still able to pull it off, and they're able to set Gengar up there. Resurrect going to go on to Weddle, so both teams at full strength. Immortality Field dropped down below, and Gengar now completely uncontested, doing what he does best. He's got a pocket Mercy, and the Broncos have got to figure out how to get up there with their comp, or at least get somebody to knock him down. Quidjable trying to find a way up there. Icy's going to throw down the Shatter, does get one onto Jägermeister. Gengar has been hacked, but he already has the tank form available, so Boise State's got to be careful from that depth from above. You hear the cry of Bastion. Proton Barrier going to go out as well. Boise State simply going to line of sight, but they have started to concede the payload. Going to be a nice shatter there from Weddle onto Icy to shut things down, and the payload will be unlocked. So even though Boise State was ready for it, Jamestown still pulled it off, and they were able to get it.
Absolutely did pull it off, because Icy made one very, very critical mistake with that charge on the Bastion. That was very, very brave and very, very dangerous, because their Reinhardt, even though we got him, he was able to respawn much faster than Icy. He comes back in about 12 seconds from that spawn point on King.
And the resurrection coming out from Little Snack, helping Weddle get back in the fight, and Boise State unfortunately did not have a great comp to find their way on top of the statue. Nice little positioning here for Gengar as well. Jamestown doing a great job sort of using the high ground, but there's a 6-man EMP. High ground or not, Jamestown's going to be in a world of hurt. Quick Kill and Cosmic Corn Dog going to go down. Gengar, Little Snack, Jägermeister, Weddle going to join them. That's a team kill for Boise State, who does not care where your Bastion is located.
Oh yes, they absolutely do not care where your Bastion was located, because Frost spent that entire last fight farming EMP, and you know what Bastion does not deal with very well? Being hacked. I mean, really nobody does. So with a clean 6-man like that, that fight really goes to Frost.
I'll be curious to see. Looks like Jamestown, they've given up on their little Bastion experiment. Gonna get swaps all around, but Jägermeister gonna hold on to the Sigma for now. He wanted to drop down that Gravitic Flux, and actually gonna get a great job of it, throwing it onto Boise State. Unfortunately, no eliminations to come of it as the Immortality Field comes down from Cosmic Corn Dog. Narble trying to take care of it. Immediately throws down the Death Blossom, but a great shield gonna be used by Weddle to shut down a ton of his damage. Quidjable gonna throw down the EMP. There's a 3-man stun in combination. That's how Boise State does it with the alt combinations, and Jamestown gonna go back and reset.
Yes, absolutely. Jamestown does have to go back and clean reset. And they are at a little bit more of an ultimate advantage here. Boise State will have to watch out. Oh, no, not anymore. Now Boise State is actually at the ultimate advantage, because they swapped off of that Baptiste. And Window isn't necessarily an ultimate that you want to hold on to if you think you can get more value out of it.
See a 1-man shatter onto Narble. Beanie Bug's going to come flying in with the sound barrier to keep Boise State alive and start letting the Broncos push, as Icy's going to get stunned up there, but Weddle's going to be the first one taken down in the fight. The shields have started to fade, but Jägermeister is taken out of the mech. Boise State's going to get him and Quick Kill. They will lose Icy, though, in the process, but without 2 tanks and a DPS, the Knight's going to retreat once again.
Oh, yes, absolutely, because they lost their Reinhardt so early into the fight. It was going to be quite the situation for him, and so now we see Beanie Bug going back to taxi Icy so that they will be at full strength for next fight, where they have a massive ultimate advantage, and you're probably going to want to watch out for either the Shatter or the EMP with a huge elimination.
It's going to be the first one used. There's a 5-man EMP. Icy Shatter going to land onto 2 as Cosmic Corn Dog gets stunned out. Jägermeister taken out of the mech. Quick Kill will join them in the grave. Weddle has the Shatter, but he's not going to be able to use it. Gengar, Little Snack going to retreat. Boise State doing a great job there, but that is going to give ult advantage over to the side of Jamestown.
Yes, that absolutely is, and with BB nowhere close to the sound barrier, they really need to be able to line of sight that EMP. And in this particular spot of Kings Row, where there's all these doorways, that definitely is doable as long as Boise State is ready and positioned for it.
Jägermeister to swap over to the Zarya. There's a 3-man EMP going to come out in combination with a 3-man Shatter, but Narvel's Death Blossom able to sort of even the trades as the teams go 4 for 3. Quick Kill holding on to his Death Blossom. You have to wonder what he was waiting for as he's going to get taken down there. Boise State surviving a very, very hectic fight for both sides.
Oh yes, absolutely. Jamestown was expecting to go in and just win the fight with the EMP, but Narvels is like, how about I drop a Death Blossom on you? And that was fantastic planning on the side of Boise State, to be perfectly honest, because now the ultimate economy is much closer.
Boise State does have to still deal with the Death Blossom there. Quintuple going to throw out the Diva Bomb in on the back line and pick up 3, including a Reinhardt, which is just... You have to wonder how that happened. You saw him flip around with the shield active. Don't know what happened, if it was a hack or not. Boise State going to get 4 more members as well, and Jamestown unfortunately goes back to spawn.
Yes, Jamestown, unfortunately for them, does go back to spawn, and now Boise State is actually at the ultimate advantage, because for the 2 fights where we were at disadvantage and near disadvantage, we used our ultimates first, and that is actually the strat and actually has worked to great success. Oh, wow, wow.
Nice 3-man Shatter. That one in a combination with a hack onto Weddle's shield so he couldn't block it. Death Blossom committed by a quick kill, able to at least even the carnage as Icy and Beanie Bum both go down. But you have to think the Knights are going to try for a reset here and one more fight.
Yes, absolutely, and you can see Boise State kind of like soft resetting a little bit as they wait for Icy and Beanie Bum to come back.
30 seconds.
EMP from Frost on the line. Cosmic Corn Dog has the sound barrier, so it's going to be, if he gets caught, they're all standing right there, but Frost gets caught out. He's going to retreat away. Pleb committed to Coalescence, but a nice hack by Gengar to shut things down. And you got to wonder when Frost wants to throw down this EMP. This looks like the opportunity. He lands it onto the 2 members who were most necessary for Jamestown, Cosmic Corn Dog, and Weddle. The Shatter goes out. The sound barrier does not. Gengar and Little Snack, the only 2 ones left alive. Swap's coming out from the Knights to try and stall. As we see the Wrecking Ball being picked up by Jägermeister. The Broncos trying to go in for the body block, trying to land the hack to shut down that Wrecking Ball. That's exactly what he will do. We do see that he was able to get onto the point and extend it for a bit of time, but Cosmic Corn Dog sound barrier not going to matter. And the Broncos doing a great job there with a 2nd point hold.
Oh yes, absolutely. We were able to kill the Lucio before he was able to get off his fight-winning sound barrier, and that ultimately ended up working very well to Boise State's benefit as the EMP got a ton of value, like you said.
So now we head on to the Boise State side of things. Broncos looking to take a 2-1 series lead while the Knights are trying to hold and give themselves a 2-1 series lead. And I would think Boise State's not going to try and get cheeky here and run their own Statue of Liberty. I think they're just going to go mono-y-mono, mirror-on-mirror and say, we play this comp better than you do.
We play this comp better than you do, absolutely. And I sincerely hope that is what Boise State does. However, it would also be interesting to see them pull out some cheeky Symmetra stats, because we saw a little bit of cheekiness from Boise State Blue. And so at this point, I think it would be just a little bit earned for Orange to be just a touch cheeky as well.
For Orange, doesn't look like it. They'll stick to the meta that they know for now. Still 30 seconds for them to hop around. Jamestown, though, coming out with a quite interesting strategy here. Quick kill on the Hanzo. Jägermeister on that Zarya that he swapped to late on the offensive push and never got a grab from. Otherwise, everything else going to stay the same. So Boise State going to have to watch out for those Hanzo arrows, as it looks like Jamestown wants that sniper value.
Yes, absolutely. Jamestown not only wants that sniper value, but also the sonic arrow value. They have determined Frost is a problem. And so that is partially what the Hanzo swap is there to do. And the Zarya, Jamestown is ultimately trying to play for big ultimates. They have a lot of big ultimate characters.
Boise State going to kick things off. Little do they know the Gengar's not around them, or at least they're not able to find them, as you can see them spamming in every which direction, trying to find something out of them. You can see Frost's silhouette over on the left side of your screen, getting in on his own back line. As you can see, Boise State, they're looking for Gengar. He's nowhere close. The Sombras are actually closer to each other than anything else, as now Boise State's going to try a backdoor flank here. Gengar dropping low, but unfortunately Beanie Bum going to be the first one taken out there. Now the Broncos have got to be worried. It's Quintuple forced out of the mech. Icy's barely hanging on as well. Jägermeister has fallen, but the Broncos starting to lose members left and right, as Icy and Narwhal both taken down by Cosmic Corn Dog, and that's going to probably force a Boise State retreat.
Yes, it is going to absolutely force a Boise State retreat there. Once Quintuple was out of the mech, that was kind of it for Boise State, regardless of Narwhal's picks on their tank. However, their Zarya will be back before Boise State's next engage, so they can't even take advantage out of that.
see how big that elimination from Weddle was. It's a shatter up for him. Icy's not even at 40% as the Broncos walk in. A hack comes out, and the shatter's going to land onto 3 members of the Broncos, but they do survive. A little bit of a late engage there by the 9th. You can see Gengar in from the back line trying to sandwich Boise State as the Broncos' health bars are extremely low and trying to be stabilized there. You're going to see a charge onto Quidgible, forcing him out of the mech. Jägermeister gets hacked, gets taken down. Quick kill will fall as well. Little Snack throwing down the Coalescence, though. Going to try and keep his team alive as Icy gets hacked, can't throw up the shield. And once again, Boise State in that very compact corridor going to lose another fight. Quidgible is able to get back in the mech. Narvel's getting some value on the point before he gets taken down.
Yes, absolutely. Boise State did lose the fight in that corridor because the Reaper was not in the corridor with him, and Beanie comes off 1v1ing the Sombra. And really, if you want to go into a fight in that corridor like that, you need to have your full team, particularly the Reaper, there with you. However, both teams are looking at a relative ultimate similarity here. However, I've been introducing the Hanzo with bold dragons for grab.
Yeah, we're going to see the 5-man EMP kick things off from
Yikes.
Gengar. Boise State barely able to hold on. They will lose Quidgible out of the mech. Shatter going to land onto 2 more members of Boise State, as well as the grab and the Dragon Strike. My goodness, Boise State only going to use the Coalescence. They're basically going to get full wipe there, but you've got to wonder if Jamestown's going to be happy throwing 4 ultimates at the Broncos.
Oh yes, absolutely. 4 ultimates is 4 ultimates, and in any sort of match where the teams are evenly matched, I've said it before, I'll say it again, you really can't expect yourself to sustain through 4 ultimates, and now 4 ultimates is exactly, 5 ultimates is exactly what Boise State has to take this first point.
Yeah, kind of shocked that Pleb that late in the fight decided to commit the Coalescence, but it charges so fast you probably won't even notice that it's on cooldown. Boise State on the point. Looks like they're able to get just 1 checkpoint here as the Jamestown now gets hit by the 4-man EMP. There's a shatter as well as a Death Blossom going to come out from the Broncos. That'll pick them up on 3. Weddle's going to get hacked and he'll go down to make it 4. Jägermeister and Little Snack going to try and contest, so they'll rack up the body count, and Boise State's going to be able to unlock the payload.
Yes, absolutely. 3 ultimates and 60 seconds later, here we are on the payload. And we're still in an ultimate advantage here because not only do we have the offensive or more likely zoning Diva ult, we also have the Lucio ult to go against their Shatter, their Grab Dragons, or their EMP, which none are super close, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, both sound barriers are up, but you have to wonder if there's really anything for them to be used against. Great job there by Quidgible, nearly getting a solo kill onto Quick Kill before he's going to force him back to that Reinhardt shield to help him get back to full life. Boise State right now content just solely pushing the payload. Quidgible on the back line. Got the Diva Bomb, but you wonder if he wants to use it at all. He's now down in the fight. Little Snack and Pleb both going to commit the Coalescence. There's the Diva Bomb from Quidgible. It's going to be countered out by Cosmic Corn Dog Sound Barrier. You have to wonder if that's what Boise State wanted to get out of it, as right now neither team's been taken down. Quidgible incredibly low. He is able to fly away, but he's still sort of in the back line there, and it looks like he's able to get out. Weddle has been hacked, but he's not going to be worried. They do have the Grab Dragons online, as there's a great hack onto Quidgible, so he can't get up the grab. There's the Dragons as well, but a Sound Barrier from Beebum is going to keep everyone but Icy alive. An EMP on top of that is sort of going to shut down things for Boise State, as they're going to lose 3 members. Narwhal gets 1 back, but you have to think that's a Bronco retreat.
Yes, this absolutely is a Bronco retreat.
Maybe.
Except Quidgible is also trying to charge his ultimate in there and get some extra ult charge. So clearly they must have plans for Palm next fight. And it looks like we're coming up close on the EMP, but an EMP Blossom will cleanly win Boise State this next fight, as Jamestown is not ready for it.
Shatter is up for Weddle, so a huge hack from Gengar onto Icy could spell doom for Boise State. And there it is. Didn't even need the hack. This is going to be a 4-man Shatter. The hack goes onto Frost to stop the EMP. Good job there by Gengar. Little Snack going to commit the Coalescence. Plum says, hey, I like that. I'll join in on it. And they're both going to throw giant laser beams at both teams, and no one's going to be taken down regardless. Now that we do have all members of Boise State back in the fight, Narvel gets 1 onto Jägermeister. This might open things up as a hack goes onto Pleb. There's the Diva Bomb plus the Death Blossom. And Frost didn't even need to use the EMP. Boise State gets the point, and now they're on to match point.
Yes, they are on the match point. This has been quite a match indeed, watching both sides go back and forth on not only because this is a very evenly skilled match, and it's actually been very, very impressive to watch and cast with you, Fish.
We see Doc there. Speaking of impressive, already going back with some VOD review, looking over things. And if you want to work with Doc, hey, Boise State Esports is always looking for talented players, production and broadcast talent. Top talent, along with those good grades and eligibility. You are still student athletes, remember, can earn scholarships as well. Sign up today by visiting boisestate.edu/esports for more information. Could not find maybe a more fun program to work with. I know all the teams enjoy hanging out. You know, there's a Panda and a Chipotle right across. We've seen them go over in between matches, pick it up. So if you're interested, you're probably playing video games anyway. Why not see if you can get more out of it? So like I said, boisestate.edu/esports. Come join the team. It's a ton of fun. And you can see, I mean, this is how serious Doc takes it, though. He's already doing VOD review from a game that just ended, and Boise State still hasn't finished off the series.
Yes, absolutely. It's always an amazing day to be a Bronco fan, but it's even more of an amazing day to be a Bronco fan when you're actively part of the super vibrant Bronco esports program and getting scholarships and that sort of thing for doing things that you would have done anyway.
Exactly. You're probably in your dorm room playing Overwatch right now on a Thursday night, so why not see if you've got what it takes to join the squad? Because, you know, they are college students. They can only be here for so long before they graduate, so you've always got to bring new talent in. As we do see Boise State Orange taking on Jamestown here, Nace Skill Shot College regular season action. The Broncos up 2-1 as we go to 2CP next, and I'll be curious to see how Boise State Orange is going to handle it as Jamestown gets the map choice.
Ah, yes, 2CP, the best of maps. No, I'm just kidding. I absolutely hate 2CP, and we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
We should see from either side if you get a clean first fight. So first fights are always important, right?
Yep.
Okay, but first fight wins are even more important on 2CP because if you can clean wipe that first fight, second point is as good as yours as long as you have the ultimate advantage. So I imagine that between these two teams, we've seen some pretty huge ultimates come out, and just the nature of 2CP is huge ultimates in general, particularly when you're trying to cap second point. So I do imagine that this map will go to the team that uses their ultimates better.
Yeah, Boise State trying to wrap things up here, get us on to our last action of the night. The Boise State Valorant squad going to wrap things up here if Boise State can get a win. Otherwise, we'll go to map 5 and back to control. So we'll have to see. That's probably something Boise State wants to avoid, especially dropping control in round 1. It looks like for now, neither team really going to pull any punches. It's the same combination we've seen almost all night.
Oh yes, it's the same combination we've seen all night. It's the meta composition. And actually, fun fact, this is one of Icy's favorite maps to play, so hopefully Boise State can pull out a win on this.
Yeah, it's going to be, once again, as we talked about all the time with this comp, who can get the faster EMP between the Sombras, who's able to, Lucio's able to dodge the EMPs and throw down the sound barrier, and then, of course, can you combo the bomb or Blossom with it. And as you talked about here, especially D'Angelo, if Jamestown wins this first fight, they're going to just oppressively run down Boise State on Site B, so the Broncos have got to be careful to not get full wipe.
Oh yes, absolutely. The Broncos have got to be super careful not to get full wipe, and considering we have full hold of the high ground, I would say that a full wipe is relatively unlikely.
Flank coming out from Jamestown. As you can see, Icy's trying to find Gengar. No luck, unfortunately. As you can see, he's in on the back line, able to get away, though. So Boise State's now going to have to contest right on top of the point. Hack's going to go out to Jägermeister right now. Not taking low, but just barely hanging on, and the Hack's going to fade, so he should be able to fly away to safety. Still dropping low, finally forced out of the mech, but the first elimination is going to go on to Narbles as Quidgible gets one back onto Little Snack, and it's the Baby Diva running around for Jamestown. Gengar gets one onto Frost, though, so the trade's still very, very even. Icy dropping low, and Jägermeister getting back in the mech. Hack's going to come out onto Icy. That's going to spell doom for him as well, but Quidgible trying to do what he can to hold on for Boise State. He's got another elimination onto Quick Kill, and his mech is the first ultimate online. He'll use the Diva Bomb as he dies to be able to reset the mech health. Great job him by there, not able to zone anyone off, but at least get back in. Weddle gets one onto Beanie Bum, and this is starting to lean the way of the Knights. They have the EMP online. Pleb is having the coalescence, but he's going to eat it for now. Quidgible forced out of the mech, and it looks like the Knights with 4 ultimates online should be able to at least capture the first point.
Yes, they should be able to at least capture the first point, but because it was such a long, drawn-out, relatively even fight, Boise State is not sitting very far behind on Ultimate Economy. And Ultimate Economy really doesn't matter also if both teams have EMP. It's really going to come down to who EMPs first, and we really need Frost to do that, otherwise we're going to be hit with 5 or 6 Qs all at once.
You see Cosmic Corn Dog has the sound barrier. Beanie Bum does not. So I'm sure that's something Boise State is hopefully trying to wait for.
There it is.
There it is. That's a 5-man EMP, and he could not have got more value as that's 5 check marks immediately shut down. They're going to be able to take 2 down as Cosmic Corn Dog and Little Snack fall. Quick Kill will join the kill train as well. Frost did have to pay for his crimes. Boise State will take that trade any day of the week. Weddle goes down, and you can just see Jamestown had 6 ults available, couldn't press a single one.
Oh yes, absolutely. They could not press a single one, and Boise State has effectively stopped the immediate roll because now ult economy is relatively even. I mean, we're going to have Beanie Bum and Icy's both ultimates before next fight, so really the only thing that we're down is EMP, but that is a huge ultimate.
Gonna see if Frost maybe can get an individual hack onto Gengar to shut down any EMPs. All 6 members of Jamestown are gonna jump on the point. There's the EMP gonna land onto 5, but Sound Barrier Coalescence won't be able to survive it. Diva Bomb's gonna be used there to pick up 1 more from Jamestown. We're gonna see Death Blossom come out from Narbles, way more value than we saw for Quick Kills. He was able to get 1 onto Cosmic Corn Dog. Jägermeister hacked as well, and it looks like the Broncos have survived the ultimate throwdown, and Jägermeister, of course, out of the mech. He's in Baby Diva form. Weddle and Little Snack both taken down as well, and as you mentioned, D'Angelo, Boise State surviving that first push, even things out.
Surviving that first push, and now they've survived the second push, and they have, and as the reward for that, they are now at an ultimate advantage. And 2CV, the nature of it is really just who uses ultimates better, and so far that has been Boise State, and hopefully they will be able to keep that trend up.
Yeah, Boise State, you can see leading the way in most of the ultimates, except the Coalescence. Little Snack and Pleb basically even on that one, so we'll see who wants to speak next here and who wants to throw down the next queue. As Boise State's got a couple of them, they're gonna not need one there to get an elimination onto Weddle.
Nice.
Frost building up towards another EMP. Hack gonna go out onto Pleb, trying to shut down what he can do, but he is not gonna be eliminated. It looks like Jamestown's gonna wait for their main tank.
They're absolutely going to wait for their main tank, but it was a good choice on both sides not to use ultimates, particularly on the side of Jamestown, because that was a losing fight anyway. But now Boise State has even more ultimates, and now they just need to not all press Q at once, and they can continue to hold this point for another 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
And Boise State's got to make sure they don't go overzealous with the Qs, because that is what could flip the fight. Hack onto Quidgible. Nothing's going to come of it. Narwhal's now being focused down. There's a 6-man EMP comboed with the Death Blossom. That's 3.5 eliminations. Jägermeister and Well are going to follow. Gengar the only one going to survive, and Boise State does a great job there, only using 2.
2 Qs and a nice team wipe. However, something is a little bit scary for Boise State. Can you spot it, Fish?
It's the ult advantage for Jamestown, I would have to assume.
It is the EMP not close to our sound barrier. That is the scary part. They are in a position to get a ton of value out of an EMP before our Lucio can charge sound barrier.
We're going to bum rush the point there. Going to see what comes of it. Holding on to it for now. There's going to be the EMP bomb combination. Not able to get any value out of it, though. Boise State's able to hold on with the Coalescence. Beat'em has the sound barrier. Going to have to use it immediately, but they've already lost 2 members, and Cosmic Corn Dog threw down his own sound barrier as Icy uses the Primal Rage just to try and keep the Knights off the point. Boise State going to take down Little Snack, and it looks like the Broncos have survived for now. Narvel's onto the Tracer as Pleb has gone down. Hack going to go onto Weddle, but not before he can prop the Primal Rage. Quick Kill will fall as well as the teams trade back and forth. Quidgible forced out of the mech. Icy trying to do what he can. Looks like the Knights have picked up 1 tick, trying to get closer to that second one, and the elimination is now starting to pile up against the Broncos. Beanie Up and Quidgible both will fall. Jägermeister forced out of the mech by Narbles, but that's all Boise State has to show for it for now. Cosmic Corn Dog's been hacked, and Boise State can't get any more. Looks like they do have the EMP online, but Frost has gone down. Pleb gets 1 back onto Cosmic Corn Dog, but there's a hack going on to Beanie Bum as well, and that's going to result in his elimination. Quidgible going to throw down the Diva Bomb, not able to find anything and not really able to scatter Jamestown as the Knights are still holding on to the point. Quick Kill has fallen though. Quidgible taken out of the mech, and then Boise State taking advantage of that close respawn, barely able to stop Jamestown from getting a second tick.
Yes, absolutely. And because that fight took so long, they're in 1 clean push territory. Jamestown is in 1 clean push territory. Normally they would have a good 2 fights with 40 seconds maybe, but no, they only have 1 solid fight here because of the distance between their spawn and the point.
State has the EMP. Gengar has his as well, so we'll be curious to see who wants to strike first in the Battle of the Sombras. You can see Gengar and Frost on alternate side. Boise State's going to be the first one to strike. 5-man EMP going to come down. Quick kill, Little Snack Gengar, all going to fall. Cosmic Corn Duck joins in on the body count, and now Boise State looks like they're going to have a great hold. Jägermeister taken out of the mech. He will fall. Weddle has committed the Primal Rage for the stall, but Boise State wants to try and scatter this spawn as hard as possible, and it looks like they'll do a great job of that. So no tank for Jamestown in the final seconds. Jägermeister has just respawned. Quick kill on the Tracer, can't get there in time, and Boise State with a great hold.
Yes, absolutely, Boise State with a great hold. We pressed EMP first in all of the fights that it mattered, and we were as ready as we possibly could have been for that EMP bomb without sound barrier, and because we were ready for that, we were able to sustain and turn it into a really long fight. And the longer a fight goes on 2CP, especially if it's like a minute 30 like it was there, the longer a fight goes, the more advantage the side defending has. So actually, the fact that Boise State was able to turn that into such a long fight ended up winning them second point. It prevented Jamestown from full capping.
Yeah, great job by Boise State, as you mentioned, withstanding that one fight where they got hit by the EMP and there was no sound barrier. Beanie Bum got hit anyway, so the sound barrier would not have mattered if it was there, but that was the only scary point for the Broncos, and now we'll see if Boise State can get that roll that we've talked about in a first cap right into a second one.
Oh yes, absolutely, and I sincerely hope they do. That would actually be a really, really nice thing to watch, and a really, really nice end to a night that was pretty exceptional for Boise State fans.
You see right now, doesn't look like Gengar wants to get anywhere close to those spawn doors. Boise State's done a great job of finding him out. So once again, pressure going to be on both Sombras to build up that EMP as fast as possible and drop it as soon as possible, because as you mentioned, D'Angelo, the EMP that's come out first has usually been the EMP that's won the fight.
Yes, absolutely. The EMP that comes out first is the EMP that wins the fight. And so far, that has been Frost for Boise State, doing an amazing job on the Sombra.
Kick things off here. Boise State right now going to go right on through. Doesn't look like this. Never mind. They are going to copy Jamestown strat to a T, at least in terms of using this high ground here. Are going to try and spot out Gengar, but he's able to sneak away like the ghost he is, much like his namesake. See how Boise State wants to handle the Sombra, and it looks like they're going to jump right in. Weddle's very low. He is able to be sustained. Hack going to go into Jägermeister, but Jamestown's health bar is starting to bleed as Weddle's the first one taken down. Quick kill dropping low as well. You can see the knife being forced off the point. They're going to lose their Reaper as well, and now Boise State's running them down. Jägermeister gets back in, and he's going to try and stay on the point, but it looks like it's not going to matter. Him and Little Snack going to fall, and Boise State's going to roll to a first victory. Gengar wants to contest right on the edge there. It doesn't look like Boise State's found him out. He's going to have to teleport away, and the Broncos trying to roll the second point.
Yes, and Gengar is just going to clean reset for this next one. However, Boise State is sitting at a very comfortable ultimate advantage going into this next fight. As long as it's a relatively long engage so that Boise State can charge some ultimates, Boise State should be able to full roll this point.
You can just see the ult advantage for Boise State. The only thing that they don't lead in is the sound barrier, of course, because they didn't take as much damage. It's a little bit harder for the Lucio to build up his ult. The Beanie Bump's still incredibly close. Quidjable going to get the hack first, and he's going to be taken immediately out of the mech. Gengar in response gets hacked, and Boise State is able to hunt him down. So 2 hacks, 2 kills, both aside. Coalescence is going to kick things off here from Pleb. They are going to lose Narbles. There's a 4-man EMP from Frost, but there's really not a follow-up for Boise State besides the Coalescence, but it does enough. Jägermeister drops the Diva Bomb. Unfortunately, it's not able to zone anyone from Boise State off the point. Frost will fall in the back line, and Boise State gets hit by a 4-man EMP of Jamestown, as Gengar says, you're not going to go anywhere, and the Broncos look like they're unfortunately not going to be able to capitalize on their own quick win. You can see they're trying to contest, but the quick respawns here for Jamestown have allowed them to get back on the point. Narble's going to throw down the Death Blossom. It pushes away Jamestown for a brief moment. Quidjable falls. Icy gets one back, but Narbles goes down as well, and Boise State, unfortunately, nothing to show for that quick win.
Yes, absolutely, because of the amazing job done by Jamestown. That was really just very impressive. Boise State's target focus was a little bit lacking, but honestly, that was just Jamestown doing an amazing job of avoiding ultimates and denying Boise State the value that they needed. And that Sombra EMP was absolutely huge. Jamestown took advantage of a couple of mispositions of our players. And as long as they're able to get those clean eliminations, it doesn't matter if Boise gets a triple kill because they'll respond so much faster.
Now the question becomes, how does Boise State push now without the EMP? D1 from Quidgible going to be used as Primal Rage comes out from Weddle, and Narble shoots the first one onto Gengar. Quick Kill going to throw down his Death Blossom. Boise State will just retreat. Weddle has popped the Primal Rage in on the back line, and a Sound Barrier comes out from Cosmic Corn Dog, but he's already lost another member as Quick Kill has gone down. Shield from the Sound Barrier has faded. Jägermeister forced out of the mech, and Boise State's going to get another one onto Weddle. Coalescence has been used by Pleb, and the EMP's already back online for Frost. The Sound Barrier's up for Beanie Bum as well. Boise State incredibly close, and a bit of a C9 from Jamestown there. No one on the point, and the Broncos going to win that one and finish off the series.
An absolutely amazing job by Boise State. They couldn't snowball, but it just took them another extra fight to go in there. And actually that was because of not only Boise State's target focus, but Jamestown wasn't necessarily as ready to deny Boise State those ultimates, to deny Boise State those kills, because two of their members got caught out early, and 2 down, and they weren't able to get any eliminations on Boise State. 2 down, there's blood in the water. That's when you push. That's when you go. That is when you cap second point Volskaya there.
Yeah, great job by Boise State. As you mentioned, they got 2 eliminations before the Sound Barrier could come down from Cosmic Corn Dog, and that is what allowed Boise State to keep pushing. We take a look at the standings here for the NACE Skill Shot Overwatch Challenge. Boise State Blue has moved to 4-0 with a 12 next to their name, as they still have not dropped a map. The Broncos Orange Squad moving to at least 2-1 from what we've seen, and they're also going to knock Jamestown down to 2-2. So the Broncos gaining some ground there on the orange side. Also Concordia St. Paul dropping to 1-2. They were who the Blue Squad lost to. You see University of Wisconsin Stout at 3-0. We're going to be a tough member, but Boise State Blue and Orange definitely in the top half of their group. A good thing through 3 or 4 games.
This was an absolutely amazing night to be a Boise State fan. We had an absolutely dominating victory in Rocket League. We had an absolutely dominating victory with Blue Team's Overwatch. And with Orange Team, we had an absolutely amazing victory as long as computers were working. So really, it is an amazing night to be a Bronco fan. I mean, it's always a good day to be a Bronco fan, but tonight it feels particularly amazing.
Yeah, it's been great to be a Bronco fan for the last 2 weeks. NACE has been going incredibly well for both Rocket League and Overwatch, and then the NECC for Overwatch, especially the Blue Squad, has been going very swimmingly as well. Well, that will wrap up the Overwatch portion of the broadcast tonight. Still have some Valorant left to come for Boise State to see if they can end on a 4-0 note. Should have an Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game coming up for this match. And do you have any nominations, D'Angelo?
I don't know, my nominations are never right, but I would like to say that it would be something along the lines of Narbles, or possibly even Icy. Actually, no, I want to say it's Frost, because the EMPs were really just...
You named half the team. You literally just named half the team.
Listen. I'm going to go with Frost.
Well,
That's it.
You were close. I mean, at least in terms of similes, you were close, because it's going to go to Icy. Should have stuck with you.
Listen, he was one of them. That counts.
You can't name half the team. You were close. I'll give you at least, you said Frost and it was Icy. They both relate to snow, so at least I can give you that one. That's all I can do for you, though, D'Angelo. But it is going to be Icy, as D'Angelo said, one of the basically whole team members that she named. I mean, you know what? Quidgible, Narbles, Beanie Bum, you all could have deserved it too. But no, a good job to Icy. He did a spectacular job. But as always, everyone on Boise State was absolutely phenomenal, and that's the reason why D'Angelo's able to name half the team, because they all are deserving members of this.
I mean, you have to list half the team, because, I mean, they really all deserve to be player of the game, but they're never going to give it to a support. So they didn't even give it to Asu's Battle Mercy. So, I mean, really, you almost have to list half the team, because so many of those fights were determined by Sombra EMPs. And Normal's got so many amazing Death Blossoms. But really, I mean, the leader behind everything that Boise State does is the main tank, is Icy. So he is very, very deserving of it, and we are very, very proud of him. This is actually his second player of the game in recent succession as well. Him and Rezo have been just taking those from everybody else.
Angel's got the score sheet in the back line of who's getting all the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game award. So big shout out to Icy on his recent hot streak, as D'Angelo just informed us. He is the player of the game, Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful. As you mentioned, D'Angelo, Icy calling the shots, making Boise State successful in a 3-1 victory over Jamestown. Idaho Central Credit Union also helping their members achieve financial success. So that will do it for the Overwatch portion. D'Angelo, thank you for coming along for the Boise State back-to-back wins. Blue and orange still holding strong, but we are not done yet. We've got Valorant around the corner. Baratel going to be back with me to call all of that and see if Boise State can wrap the night off with a 4-0 record. But we will leave you with the top 5 plays from that Overwatch match. But don't go anywhere. We've got more to come after that. Boise State, Jamestown taking. Still waiting to engage. Now we see Frost, but he's going to go in. There's the EMP onto 4. Going to be comboed with the Coalescence, which is going to be able to pick up 2. Nice hack onto Jägermeister. Can continue the shutdown for Boise State. So they're taking him out of the mech. Gengar and Weddle, the only ones still left alive. They're going to take down the Winston. It looks like Boise State should be able to get the point of the statue. Nice little positioning here for Gengar as well. Jamestown doing a great job sort of using the high ground, but there's a 6-man EMP. High ground or not, Jamestown's going to be in a world of hurt. Quick kill and Cosmic Corn Dog going to go down. Gengar, Little Snack, Jägermeister, Weddle going to join them. That's a team kill for Boise State, who does not care where your batch is located.
Oh, yes. Huge elimination.
Coalescence is going to be the first one used. There's a 5-man EMP. Icy Shatter going to land onto 2 as Cosmic Corn Dog gets stunned out. Jägermeister taken out of the mech. Quick kill will join them in the grave. Weddle has the Shatter, but he's not going to be able to use it. Gengar and Little Snack going to retreat. Boise State doing a great job there, but that is going to give ult advantage over to
the ultimate economy is much closer.
Boise State does have to still deal with the Death Blossom there. Quintuple going to throw out the Diva Bomb in on the back line and pick up 3, including a Reinhardt, which is just, you have to wonder how that happened. You saw him flip around with the shield active. Don't know what happened, if it was a hack or not. Boise State going to get 4 more members as well, and Jamestown, unfortunately, both going to throw giant laser beams at both teams, and no one's going to be taken down regardless. Now that we do have all members of Boise State back in the fight, Narvel gets one onto Jägermeister. This might open things up as a hack goes on to Pleb. There's the Diva Bomb plus the Death Blossom. And Frost didn't even need to use the EMP. Boise State gets the point, and now they're on to match point. So we are back here in the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're actually going to do some more wrapping up of the Boise State Overwatch wins here tonight with our post-game press conference with reigning NACE Director of the Year, Coach Doc Haskell, going to be joining us here. And Doc, let's kick off. I know Boise State has 2 talented squads, but I do want to focus first on the blue squad. Probably one of the most dominating victories I've ever seen. I mean, even Asu getting in on the kills feed there. So what did you like about the team? And is there anything you saw that might have concerned you going forward in this NACE tournament?
You know, it's always a concern when we're playing compositions that we're not going to play anywhere else, right? Where we see something in the opponent that causes us to kind of play differently. So a game like that, I mean, we're always glad to have a victory, but it doesn't teach us much, and so we've got to scrim even tonight to make sure that we're still learning and getting ready for the TESPA tournament this weekend.
Let's go over to Orange now. Had a 3-1 victory against Jamestown. Little bit of hiccups there. I know we had some internet issues. What did you like about the squad showing resiliency, recovering from at one point being down 2 members, as it's 2 brothers who lost internet connection, and rallying back for a victory against the Knights? Well,
you just have to play heroes that kind of fill in the gaps. Reaper's good in that case. Torb is good in that case. Anybody that you can deal with some latency issues and still have success with, that's who you got to play.
As we talked about in NACE, the only loss between the squads is to each other. Why don't you let us know what's coming up? Is there any games that are on your sort of radar that have the snake exclamation mark that are maybe potential first losses for the Broncos outside of their own scrims?
Well, in the NECC, we're looking forward to the playoffs with both groups. Midland, we'd like another shot at them. That was not what we wanted with the Orange squad, and they're very determined to show them something different next week.
Any aces up the sleeve that you want to give away? Because we've been hit by the Statue of Liberty twice. Boise State's got to clap back at one of these times, right?
You know what? You pull those out when they have the most benefit and when people aren't expecting them. And it's not time yet.
Well, Doc, thank you for joining us. I'm sure you are a panicked but happy man after a near DC ruined the Broncos record. They were able to come back and able to take both matches, and I'm sure he's very excited that Pleb and Narbles were able to get back in the game and get connected. So thank you to Doc for that. As we mentioned, we've still got one game left. We're going to take a bit of a break here. Let me catch my breath, and then Baratel's going to join us here for Valorant to wrap things up for the Broncos here tonight, which will be coming up after this break.
Growing up in Riggins, we have certain rules we live by. Look both ways before crossing the street. Fishing stories get better the more you tell them. Small town life makes your life anything but small. Never work alone when you go hunting. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Bravo 6 to Greeks. Step on the move. Copy. Say the word, Captain.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
5 million people have fled Syria since 2011, of which more than 1 million have poured into Lebanon. No country in the world hosts more refugees per capita. Because of the influx of refugees into Lebanon, the educational system is stretched beyond its reach. And what is to become of the kids who get left out? What happens to this lost generation?
أنه على المدرسة كتير اشتقت إنه أروح على المدرسة لأنه كانوا هنيك رفقاتي اللبنانية كانوا يروحوا على المدرسة وأنا لا فحس إنه في شيء غلط. اسمي روعة. لما كنا بسوريا
احنا من تركنا الضيعة كان نقصف عليها من المسلحين ومن النظام يقصفوا بعضهم واحنا كنا خط نار بين اثنين.
There are thousands of stories like Mara and Rawa's. With the help of HP, Google.org, and UNICEF, the Clooney Foundation for Justice is funding 8 schools, serving 3,000 students who won't have to fall through the cracks. Because of this unique partnership, public school classrooms that had almost no technology are now being equipped with the very best. HP is providing teacher training, curriculum planning support, and for the first time, laptops to be used daily in every classroom as part of HP's commitment to improve learning for 100 million students by 2025.
لما جيت على المدرسة شفت الكمبيوتر اتفاجأت حسيته شيء صعب بعدين طلع شيء سهل كتير.
This is technology that will be used by both refugee and Lebanese students alike and will help ensure that children, regardless of circumstance, have a real chance in life.
هيك أنا عم بجي على المدرسة مشان أتعلم مشان بس بكبر بصير معلم. كتير بحس بهذا الشعور إنه المرح والفرح كتير بحس لما أجي على المدرسة. أنا بس أكبر بحب إني أصير حكيم. بنصحهم إنه يكملوا تعليمهم ويحققوا أحلامهم. يعني أنا شايفة قدام إنه في كتير مستقبل حلو.
Education is a fundamental human right. The hopes and dreams of our next generation needs all of us to guarantee that right.
Since 2016, universities have been adding varsity esports, competitive intercollegiate video game teams, with nearly 100 colleges and universities now with official programs. Esports is fast becoming the new college sport. But with any dramatic change comes criticism. How could institutions of higher learning promote something so trivial? But when you look a little closer, esports demonstrates, just like other sports, that it's a pathway to something more.
There's several misconceptions when it comes to esports and its place on the university campus. The first and foremost is that people would say it's not a valuable learning activity. It's not a place where people can learn new job-related skills or maybe get a good industry feel for what's happening outside the university environment. And that's just simply not the case. And all evidence points otherwise. There are so many new jobs. The industry is absolutely booming. People are looking for students that are graduating with experience in things like streaming and technologies, marketing, the whole business side, sponsorships. There's the whole graphics and coding component that involved in esports and other video game type of activities that are really important just in terms of jobs and industry.
And on their way to those careers, students who attend schools with varsity esports programs can compete for their university. But in order to be eligible, students have to meet the same high academic standards as other student athletes.
You have to maintain a certain GPA. You shouldn't be playing constantly. You should have like a certain time frame and like practice for like 2 hours a day or 4 hours a day. You shouldn't be just like overwhelming yourself.
Care about your grades first and foremost. As Dr. Haskell said, he cares about our grades first because we came to college to get an education, to get a degree, and then we also get to do what we love and play esports.
Athletics and other university-sanctioned activities bind students together with purpose, a chance to be part of something bigger than yourself, where we learn to work hard, play a role, lose with dignity, win with honor, all for our school. This is why we play.
Shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Strangers down, lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found, lost in time with one another.
Those are going to be two very emphatic thumbs ups. I'm just giving you guys thumbs ups. I don't know if you can see them.
Change the future, you know. That's what you remind me. When we look back into the sun, this is serial light that we left will not burn out. Wild to couldn't see from your wildest heights, anticipating the fear that you thought you'd abandon, questioning ourselves. But the journey we take wasn't meant to be easy. Catch your breath and
to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to fight you.
Warning, your mind nemesis. Warning, your mind nemesis. Warning, your mind nemesis. Warning, your mind nemesis. Nemesis, 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 nemesis. Warning, your mind nemesis.
lost my mind. My friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind. I keep talking about you all the time, all the time. I can't.
Welcome in back to the Game Pants Esports Arena. You could hear the jolly chuckle of old St. Nick or potentially Baratel in your ear to kick things off, as it is Boise State taking on Spoon River College. The Snappers and the Broncos going at it here in Valorant to wrap up the night. The Broncos, a lot of pressure on the Valorant team to finish things off. You don't want to be the one squad that drops the match, as Boise State's 3-0 right now, 1 in Rocket League, 2 in Overwatch, so it's on to the Valorant squad. We haven't seen in a little bit. Audio issues prevented the last replay, so I'll be curious to see how this one turns out. Jared Baratel Castiglione joining me here, as I mentioned. Old St. Nick himself, the jolly laughs coming through my ears to kick off the broadcast. Baratel, welcome back to the stage and the rave that's going on in your background.
I am more than happy to, at any point in my life, dye my beard and my hair white for the sake of being St. Nicholas. But
I'm all
that aside, yeah, exactly. That aside, you've been doing a tremendous amount of work. I have a lot of energy. During the break, I was having a dance party, I think, with production, which is pretty fun. So I'm ready for this. I am stoked. Now, unfortunately for us, at least for me, with my amount of energy, I'm going to have to tone it down a little bit. Valorant is a game of methodical training, precision movements, and patience.
I'm pretty sure you mean rush A as hard as you can and throw yourself on the spike plant.
That's what we do, and that sometimes works.
Actually, it worked last time we played.
Well, a lot of times. It wasn't ranked, so it doesn't matter. That aside, again, playing against competitors, I think, such as Spoon River College, we're going to have to see Boise State's mettle, their grit, and their moxie, which I think they have all of.
Yes, I hope they have all of them. Like I said, there's a lot of pressure on the Valorant squad here, not only to win, but you don't want to be the squad at the end of the night when we have to do the close say, great night for Boise State. They're 3-1. I want to say it was a great night to be a Bronco fan and that they were 4-0, Baratel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly what happens when we want to be Broncos fans. And, we always want to be a Bronco fan.
Yeah.
It's most amazing to be a Bronco fan when it comes to having a 4-0 record during the night and across 3 different games. I mean, ultimately, that's what we want to have happen. So we're going to have to see what happens during the course of this game. There are a couple different things to talk about when it comes to Valorant. It's not really something that's seen a lot of public eye, at least for the Boise State stream. There's a plethora of information that we have yet to go into as deep as we have other games that we focus here on at Boise State.
Yeah, you see there, Collegiate Valorant Throwdown. Boise State and Spoon River, Broncos and Snappers going at it. I think a Bronco would definitely smash a Snapper, assuming it is a turtle. If we were in real life, but we're not. We're on the Valorant field. Yeah,
turtles,
as you mentioned,
turtles are fast, man.
Turtles are fast. Valorant is definitely one of those games that Riot is babying along. Definitely want to make sure all of the bugs and kinks are worked out before they throw any sort of competitive angle. Of course, with Worlds going on, they've got bigger fish to fry as well. So I think you put it perfectly, Baratel. A lot to go over in this game as we kick things off.
Yeah, and as we look at the first initial robot will come out here. A fantastic ability, from Raze to kind of scout things out. Really not used for the damage a lot of the time. If you get the damage off, it's similar to that of a Diva Bomb. It's just a win-win. But it's more for the scouting opportunity. And Reyna and Omen holding up here in this kind of catwalk situation. This is the newest map to the competitive scene. It's called Split. And it's kind of interesting. It's a very interesting map, to say the least.
Yeah, see the full rotation from Spoon River on the red side attacking there. Boise State hasn't found him out. Pistol rounds go a long way from the extra money you're going to get. Usually you win the pistol round, you can parlay that into 2 or 3 victories. So a lot of pressure on both sides here to start off strong.
I do like the comps, if you will, from both teams. I mean, having Reyna specifically versus Raze is always an interesting matchup. And then beyond that, of course, having a Raze on your side with the Reyna. Reyna's just such a fantastic
30 seconds
character.
left.
30 seconds left on the marker. That woman terrified me, actually, for some reason. But when it comes to Reyna, if you have a player that's skillful enough to get pick after pick, like this initial engage is going to be given out. The ball's going to pick up one here on Joker. as the Killjoy gets dropped here. A lot of damage being
10
given out,
seconds
but
left.
really not much fall occurring here. Oh my goodness, Shell's getting a nice shot here on Thunder. Does Lightning strike twice here for the side of Boise State? We'll have to see as they do have a man advantage. Nice grenade, and the defenders win due to time specifically. Not enough time to plant that bomb there.
Good job by Ebrooks, though, getting one afterwards. Still getting a little bit of cash, but that should set Boise State up well. Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, you saw a good one there by, you would tempt the name when you see it, Baratel. It's got X in hieroglyphics.
It's literally,
there
it's like Elon Musk's son's name.
Yeah, I think Elon Musk's
right?
his son has joined the Boise State Valorant team, I mean. That was a great camera by him, and I mean, this is one of those games that's a lot like Rainbow Six, where information is almost more impactful than kills early on. He had full cams on the full squad of Spoon River, and they didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, a lot of awareness comes out to it too, because when you do draft, or I guess pick that particular hero, it's something that you have to look forward to. I think Cypher is one of the best heroes because of the fact that he gives so much vision to your team. But, you know, Sova can do a lot too because of this camera right here. Have to see if he spots anyone. Does manage to find an Omen. Omen misses a couple shots here. He actually gets the tracking bolt down.
Wall bang through.
Yeah, these walls in particular are very specific in the sense that if there's not a spider web displayed on the wall, that shot's going through 100%.
Stealing sight.
I like
Nice
the wall
block
banging in
here.
this game. I
Zeke's
do
getting-
think it opens up a lot of the map.
Yeah, for sure. And this Omen, speaking of vision and open up on a lot of things, being able to put out a nice orb to block a thing or a section from your enemy team is so important. Along with this Jade wall is going to be huge. Holy cow! They just walked into him. Sova getting a quad piece. That's going to be huge for the side of Boise State because not only can he afford his guns from this point forward, sitting on the areas, he's not going to swap off of that. If anyone on his team needs anything, he's going to be able to buy whatever they need to. So even if they're not the ones popping off getting all the eliminations, you can still contribute your success to an ally that you trust in.
Yeah, definitely one of those things I also like about this game where you can sort of spread the wealth around it. I mean, we talked about it. Yes, it was a meme because it was unranked, but there is some sort of value in if you're attacking, coming with a plan and sticking to it, because it really feels like Spoon River has been caught out and then they're just funneling one by one into one man. I mean, there's got to be some confidence coming out here as they trade back and forth.
The hunt begins.
Nice trade here. Getting, of course, Jet out of the pocket for Boise State is really huge, although they were not close to any ultimate. Yazek again trying to get as much damage as possible here through that breakthrough. And Ares is just a fantastic gun to do so. Sova's actually really close to ultimate, and if Spoon River continues to funnel in this one area, goodness gracious, Zeke picking up one here on the back end. That's a lot of this vision denial here on the side of Zeke, but he's getting clapped on by three members. Gonna steal some more vision away from them. Shell's gonna pick up one on the backside. A second one as well. Omen says, help me, I'm in danger. Brain is more than happy to be there.
A nice teleport coming out because you saw the attacker from Spoon River. He had no idea. He's like, hey, I know exactly where he is. He just looked blindly into nothing. You've got to be confident when you peek around a corner that you're peeking into someone, because if you peek and it's empty, 9 times out of 10, you're probably just dead from the other side.
Yeah, honestly. When it comes down to it, I really do think that both these teams have a plan of action. I know that we kind of just talked about before the last round had started that you need to come into these sort of games with some sort of plan of attack or defense. And Boise State continuing to execute this kind of Cypher setup and keeping everyone else where they need to. Omen's able to deny the vision. I'm just trying to figure out what the plan of attack is for Spoon River here.
This is where it
because they have to have one, right?
You would think. I mean, this is where it feels almost solo QE, where they've all just grouped up and they're listening to whoever's making the calls. They look like a couple of visions went over to Hieroglyphic Man here, so he should know where they are as the Cypher Smoke's going to come out.
Hieroglyphics Man.
Look at that name. Tell me I'm wrong.
That's the best thing I've got for it too. So I'll call him Hieroglyphics if you will.
I'm down.
Not only that, Jet's also doing what they can to stave off with those clouds. Having Jet on one side, getting vision here, and all the members of Spoon River walking into a death trap. Jabal's going to pick up 2, has the ultimate, probably not going to end up using them right now. Oh, that's a 3-piece. Can they get the 4? Gonna take some of the spotlight here possibly, but you have to be, again, very methodical. The bomb is over here. Careful. Omen's going to run into Omen. And Zeke proving that despite not being able to see anything, he's got eyes on you.
This is the part where it does start to even out a bit. I talked about the pistol round. There is at least in other games like this, I haven't, I usually play with you, so we're always winning, Baratel. There isn't.
Of course,
there is a
naturally.
sort of loser's bonus that lets you get back in it, so you don't just get steamrolled because you never have any money. So now you're going to start to see the guns at least even out in terms of power. Disappointed as a man who handles an op poorly that there is no op on either side.
We might see one soon. Unfortunately, with this, having a hard time seeing what everybody's loadout is. But when it comes down to it, it looks like we have. Of course, here comes the ultimate out. Jazzik's hitting 2 on the back end with that Ares. Doesn't need one. Jet picking up a second one. Gonna get the reset, dashing forward. Focus Charisma picking up 2 pieces as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to use the rest of these daggers to great effect. They know where this player is. They do get him, and the triple headshot to Bald. Popping off with that ultimate, and that's exactly what you want to do on Jet. At Hitman, we're getting ears in our production that Hitman is the name of the player. We're going to call you Hieroglyphics.
I mean,
Hitman, Hieroglyphics. I'm sorry. You pick a name like that when you
I did not major in Egyptian hieroglyphics in school, but I'm pretty sure that does not spell out Hitman.
It's interesting. That's an interesting name to say the least. This game so far interesting. 5-0 going over to Boise State, and pretty soon we're going to see the role reversal. Now we've switched over to the big gun. Vandal going to be picked up here from Zeke, which is an important thing to have, especially when you're doing these kind of mid to short range peaks. What a really good gun for that. Going to get the vision denial. Killjoy is going to be the first one to fall. Going to get the reset, teleport to Diswade, any sort of pursuit of that character. Omen's so cool. Pigeon? Calling this person Pigeon. Going to get some vision. Cypher, we're just going to call you. Going to get vision. Going to get one of the 1 piece. Knows the door on the corner. Get the 3 pieces. Wow. Can he go for the 4th elimination for his team? No, unfortunately, he does get spotted out, but eventually that player will fall. The bomb will shortly be disarmed. No shenanigans going to happen here. Oh, they're going to give over money to someone else, maybe, or they're looking for guns, maybe.
Thanks.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, they're giving money over back to Jazik, but he's full loadout right now. He does get the disarm, which I think gives him his ultimate.
I say the gun thing. I mean, you would think that Boise State up 6-0 is clearly okay with every gun they had, and it does feel like it's
Hieroglyphics did falter there, so he was rescinded back to the pistol. Maybe they could have picked up a Vandal for him to trade off, but the way that they're playing, I really don't think that he wants anything other than Ares or Odin. Having large magazines, having the biggest punch through, and I mean, for some reason, those guns, those LMGs, they have incredibly low recoil, so they're really easy to handle.
Okay,
nice shot.
These don't make it 2.
Oh, and the second one!
Do you hear 3?
We might hear 3, unless everyone else comes in before him. I just love the way that Boise State's playing this patiently. They know they have a man advantage, but they're not just running in haphazardly. They're kind of taking their time. Turret's going to be destroyed on the side of Killjoy. Killjoy's going to be eliminated from Jazik. Again, picking up that big elimination. Having the Ares Odin combo is just so good. And the way that you play with that, you're kind of fearless because the amount of damage it puts out, how much ammo you can throw out and not have to aim too well, but it's also super easy to aim as well. It's a great gun, super balanced.
Yeah, and in games like this, reloading is just the death of you. This
isn't
the
death of you, yep.
This isn't like a Call of Duty where you can, hide, reload quickly. I mean, at this point, it is almost just you swap to the pistol when you're out of ammo and hope that you don't have to get into a long-range gunfight, because reloading is the death in any of these style of games. And to get the LMGs, especially with the limited recoil, which usually isn't the case to my knowledge, definitely an advantage for Boise State. Looks like we got the scout coming out here. I'll be curious to see if he's able to get anything.
Naturally, gonna go with the Ken. Holding the orb out, important. Getting the wall for a little bit of elevation here. Also kind of nice play. Ebrook's trying to find something with this off, but nothing as of yet. Vandal's gonna be equipped here from Debald. Having 3 pips away from ultimate is gonna be pretty good. Enemy Killjoy has put out that disarming ultimate, so you gotta be careful. There's nowhere to run, and Silver will pop out the ultimate as well, but what is there to do? This Omen has teleported somewhere. I don't know if Boise State's aware of where. Yep, they were able to find him. He's going to pick up both Killjoy and Omen on the back end.
You will not kill my allies.
Going to get the res out from Jade, trying to get things nice and even, but 3 versus 5 is still 3 versus 5, and Jabal looking for the double cloud burst here, looking for around the corner, possibly checking every angle. Gonna walk up from a non-aware Jade. What are you supposed to do though? And unfortunately, Spoon River will get 8-0'd so far.
You gotta feel bad. The res came out, and it almost felt like Overwatch, where the guy who gets res just doesn't even know, because he immediately died again. I mean, they just basically fed a second elimination over to Boise State.
Hey, we just give us more ultimate charges. Cool.
Exactly. Give us a 6K.
I appreciate it.
Give us a 6K instead of a 5K.
Here's what I want to see happen.
Okay.
Boise State clearly ahead.
Yep.
They're taking these mid to long range engages, sans both now shells as well as Jazik. Jazik, I think, still has the Ares or Odin. I want them to switch to Bucky. I want them to just go full shotgun and see what can happen.
They got one spray through the wall, as you were talking about there. The wall bang's incredibly important and incredibly easy in this game.
Enemy mark.
Boise State lose one there, so a little bit of fight back there from Joker.
Nice ultimate here from this Raze, but unfortunately not able to find a target. Shells is going to pick up another one with this Odin. You know, for a third one, a fourth one as well. It's a fantastic scouting arrow here from the side of Boise State. This gives Fish in the Barrel Simulator here over to this Odin. And goodness gracious, they collected.
Boise State is just clicking on all cylinders right now, and you have to wonder, what can Spoon River do to get back in this game? Because, I mean, it's just, I mean, we see a little fight here and there, but I don't know if they've ever really gotten more than 2, maybe 3 members once from Boise State.
Yeah, and, I mean, that's just kind of the momentum swing that this can have. When you are a team comfortable and you win the first 2 rounds, it's so much of a gold swing. Yes, you do kind of have that loser's bounty, as you were referring to, or something similar to that, where you can kind of catch back up into the game. But ultimately, it really doesn't matter, because this team's playing with so much momentum. And again, they have this defense locked up. Jet's going to pop the ultimate, see if we can find these daggers into a enemy home. Getting those resets is also very important, because, despite your best effort, Zeke's going to walk right past, and as well, Jabal, Thunder getting a nice 2-piece here. Are they going to get found out? They do. Thunder actually picking up a 3rd one, as Shells is going to falter over, and Reyna, when it comes down to her, she has so much ability in these 1v1s. Is it possible that she can walk away with this as long as these two do not engage Reyna at one time? Thunder's going to look for maybe an opportunity to get to the bomb. They are carrying the spike. They want to get to the either bomb point B or A. Looks like B is going to be the best option, because as we can see on the map, there is only one Sova guarding this entrance. They are looking one area. I don't know if they know that they're here yet. You have to take their time. Walking like that's so detrimental, because you're just barely in audio range. And Jazik knew you were coming around the corner. That's where you got to start walking real slow. You hold shift or whatever your preferred hotkey is. It stops your footsteps from creating that much of a noise. And that audio cue is what a lot of players use to signify, oh, we're getting rotated on.
Yeah, and really, even though it was at one point a 1-on-2, he really still went so slow, but not slow enough even, because like you said, he didn't have the shift or whatever hotkey you want to walk to take away your audible footsteps. But he still was just sort of way far away from the spike, so there is that sense of urgency that we haven't seen from Spoon River quite yet. And it looks like he's going to try and get one, but Zeke's going to get it back. That was an op, and there's not much chance he had.
There's a body into just anything, really. It doesn't matter what happened, but the fact missing that first shot there on the Jade could have been disastrous here for Zeke, but luckily no punish here from the side of Spoon River just yet. That bot's going to come out, but barely misses the explosion. As, of course, the Cypher doing what they can to keep things nice and even. They really are doing a phenomenal job of locking down this area and preventing Spoon River from rotating in. But what does Spoon River do with it? They know that there's a lot of people, at least 2 Odins here on the side of this A point, and I'm really curious as to why they're not full retreating and swapping to A or to B.
Well, that's potentially why Thunder gets an elimination. You can still see every member of Spoon River sitting over there. They're going to get caught out by the scout arrow, and they're going to, Boise State's going to make it a 3-on-3.
Despite having as much ammo as you want with that gun, there's a dangerous low amount here from the Cypher player. He might have to pick up a different weapon here. He only has about 50 bullets left in this gun, and it goes through it really quickly. Having to pull out the pistol
30
with
seconds
your
left.
with your Cypher, who doesn't have really offensive utility in your skills or ultimate, might be detrimental, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Running out of bullets. He was able to pick up one, but Jazzy will pick up the other two. And unfortunately for Spoon River, they're kind of opportunity
Last
of going
round
into
in
the
the hash.
last defender that had no ammo, couldn't capitalize on it, and this could be dastardly for the side of Spoon River. If they can't get this one round, it's almost all curtains.
Yeah, last round before swap, Boise State would only need 13 to win, so if they could win here, it's only 1 on defense, and you'd have to be confident in the Broncos' ability. So you've got to assume everything's thrown out for Spoon River in terms of cash, because it's not going to sit when you swap back over. You see at least one Odin there. And Focus Christmas probably got to be the guy who leads the charge for Spoon River.
It's interesting that there are some maps that are just so heavily favored on attack or defend, and it could typically just be the case at this level of play that that's what's happening. But we'll have to see after this swap and how this round goes. If Spoon River can get this round, yes, it doesn't do anything for them in terms of monetary benefit, but the momentum benefit, to go into a different swamp with a win under your belt, that's huge for this type of game. Gonna get spotted out from the fantastic Cypher ability. Gonna get that lockdown. The cage is just detrimental for them, and Zeke's gonna pick up a headshot here with his Odin. Another one as well. No headshot that time, but not necessary. He will be taking out his Killjoy. Get some points on the board for, I think, the first time this game. Gonna maybe use that to great effect, as they have to be pretty close to ultimate, maybe 1 or 2 more eliminations. Nope, that is it. That is the Killjoy ultimate, which means that no guns or abilities are able to be used in this zone. And that is exactly what needed to happen. Focus Charisma is gonna pick up 1 on the backside, so Killjoy will fall. Omen will teleport, but where is he gonna go to? He's looking. He's gonna get spotted out, and unfortunately, the shade that goes before you
Matching
TP,
sides.
it's visible to everybody, and you just say, "Oh, look, here's Omen." Bop, 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 done.
So Boise State on match point. I mean, at least this will be probably the closest we've been since the first pistol round where they're on even resources. So you'd have to think if Spoon River's going to get 1, this is their opportunity to maybe start a comeback, because as we talked about, 1 on the pistol round can snowball maybe to 2 or 3 before the resources catch up.
Right. A lot of people use Classic because it doesn't cost anything. Some people are willing to spend some of the money to go for the Ghost because of the fact that it's got a very low spread. Recoil is also very manageable, and it's silent, so it doesn't have a lot of audible for the team to pick up on, saying that you're getting shot from 1 point. But if you're this close into winning, I'm really interested to see why Boise State didn't pick up a Frenzy and just rush A or B. That's just what I would do. But again, we're all very much on different play levels, so...
You've never led me astray before, Baritol. I would have trusted you no matter what you told me to buy here.
I'm great at this game. That's a joke, everybody. I'm sorry. That's humor for tonight. I'm great at this game. You can quote me. That's 1 here. The ball and Shell is going to get 2 out automatically. They're going to continue to push forward using the smoke screen offered here by Omen. The Dark Cloud can cover you up, but Thunder and Eberts are going to try and light on Boise State's health bars as well as some damage. Is it enough, though? It's just a singular Jade with no ultimate going to be holding this point against 3 Boise State members, and this is all but done. This is going to have to take a tremendous amount of effort here from the side of Ebrooks, and I don't know if there's enough time for you to not go straight to the point here.
Uh-oh, he's going to walk right into Boise State.
Already been spotted. They know exactly where he is. Yep.
Yeah, running with the knife out, how to get the line of sight. Almost had Reyna there, 19 HP, but not going to be enough. It is a best of 3, so the Broncos 1 more map away from wrapping up a 4-0 victory for the night. Boise State taking on Spoon River. And I mean, we talked about it when you were on for Rocket League, Baritell. We saw in Overwatch. Not a lot to criticize for Boise State tonight across any of the games so far.
Yeah, they used the map to their benefit. They knew that huge wall that the entire attacking side had to go through to get to that point A was exploitable because of the fact it could be shot through. And then, picking up a gun that has 100 bullets, that's just a match made in heaven. The rest of what they did, though, is super important in the fact that they prevented any sort of push through from the mid. And then anytime that A was or B was challenged here from the side of Spoon River was the fact that they just couldn't get through.
Yeah.
It was an incredible play there from Boise State.
Yeah, I think they only got one spike plant off, and that was about the closest Spoon River ever got to victory. So I'll be curious to see going into map 2 if Boise State runs it through with another 13-0 or if Spoon River has figured out something, because they had a couple moments where you're like, okay, maybe the snappers are figuring it out, but Boise State always felt a way, even if they lost a couple members early, to clamp down and say, hey, you know what, let's settle down, let's make sure we take care of business.
Yeah, I think it comes down to what map. I'm not sure the rules on rules are for what map is picked by what team. I think it's probably losers pick. That's typically usually the case. But regardless, I think it looks like it's going to be Bind as the next map, which is a super fun map to play on. This does change things a little bit, and I wonder if this forces any of these two teams to reach out and maybe change agents. I really do think that with this particular map, there's always a question on whether or not maybe Viper could be seen play. Brimstone's a fantastic player. An agent to consider is also Breach. You know, being able to just pass through these walls with an engage, so to speak. You have like the shockwave, you have the flashbang, the amount of damage. All these are fantastic choices. But specifically, I think that Spoon River needs to swap out the Rays because they couldn't use that against Boise State. That character is too exploitable, but we'll have to see. Yeah, looks like they're sticking to their guns. Literally, though. I get it.
You tell us you only had one
I'm
joke
not funny.
there, but now you've got two.
I'm full of jokes. I'm actually the joke.
The other thing that I like about this map, sorry to interrupt you, is going to be I like the teleport system. I mean, it does literally basically, yell at everyone, but I do think that is a cool little mechanism that might help Spoon River, because there are a couple times attacking where they be thwarted at B, and you have to see the whole team slowly rotate over to A. Yes, it gives it away, but using the teleporters to quick rotate over when they are attacking might be something Spoon River can use to their advantage, but Boise State's going to kick things off here.
Absolutely. Thunder's going to be here in the corner. Nice camera. We'll get instantly spotted out, but they know that someone's here around this corner, so they have to be very, very careful.
Cage triggered.
Going to pull out the cage. Not going to be able to stop anything. He actually does get spotted out. Thunder going to get the vision denial. He does have the opportunity to pick up that orb, but doesn't need it yet. As Thunder is going to pick up actually 3. Holy cow. You can't face check Random. That's a no-go.
Yeah, it was kind of weird to see Boise State sort of cycle in one by one as instead of overwhelming when they do something there. It's like Arb's going to get one as well, so now it's up to Jabal to pick up what would be a miraculous clutch.
Would be a miraculous clutch. It is possible. Shell's only lost that because he was walking while shooting. You lose so much accuracy when you're trying to move and shoot at the same time. Despite even having a ghost equipped, it's going to limit your ability to capitalize on those 1v1s really, really hard, but we're going to have to see if Jabal can do a little bit better.
30 seconds left.
3 full health members going to get some pop shots off. He essentially doesn't want to die. That was definitely the worst outcome, is falling with no kills. Ultimately, taking one down with you is the right call because you deny them some money and you get some in your pockets too. You force them to spend some extra cash there. But didn't end up happening. A flawless going over to the side of Spoon River. And again, as we talked about, some maps are just defender heavy, and this could be very well the case. Sometimes attacking on these maps, it's kind of tough sometimes.
Yeah, for Boise State, definitely the interesting choice that they did also all run in individually. Looks like for now their Broncos are planning on sticking together here for our second game.
No shotguns, which is super sad. Gonna get spotted out from the Killjoy cam. Definitely not something you want to have happen. That alarm bot is just super annoying, especially with that vulnerable debuff that you get, but it's more of a scouting tool. It's a free Silva drone without having to get exposed. The ball peeking around, though. Killjoy's going to pick up one. He's going to take it out in return. Rando's going to pick up the orb here. Shell's doing what they can to stay as maximum live as possible. It gets a little bit over overheal, a little bit 3 extra health. And they're going to retreat back to showers because they know that Spike's planted and they just need to defend from these weird angles. And they're going to be somewhat easier to do so. Spike bolt, or the scouting bolt specifically, is going to be spotted out and taken out as well. Zeke has an opportunity here, I think, to continue to hold, because they're the ones closest to the Spike. Peeking Heaven, though, is a very dangerous call and does get punished for that. Does not go for the bounce here from the silver arrow. Nice camera swap here from production, giving us what we wanted in terms of what's happening. Thunder's going to pick up another one. Reina's going to go forward, but gets the overheal, and it's just going to be enough for them to win out that 1v1. Are they going to go for the D-arm? He's going to stop it as much as possible. Do they have enough time? Oh my, great googly mooglies. Boise State fought just one, like it was literally 0.5 seconds away from being disarmed. That was the clutchest of clutches.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as clutch as you can get without actually eliminating everyone. So that's going to be a huge setback for Spoon River. Not only are they going to lose both members, they're going to lose the round. So that is a huge win for Boise State. That's even more important than just the win because they reset the 2 members who survived, so they got to rebuy.
Yep, absolutely. If they would gotten that nice chunk of getting both the disarm, it's of course 2 pips towards your ultimate, and then beyond that, having just the ability to not have to buy on 2 members out of the entire roster, huge. But again, like you mentioned, forcing them to buy, huge for Boise State, and they take the round win on top.
Start for Boise State this time. Delta gets one, Thunder answers back, and Hookah Cypher's going to get one as well. So Boise State's sitting up a member, and now they're going to be up 2 with Zeke with a great trap there onto Ebro.
Just gotta be careful. The teleporters are going to be used here, but no one's here. Look at the map. There's no one here from the side of Spoon River to defend. You're going to get this spike and you're going to set up shop. And unfortunately, unless you got a membership card, it is closed for business. Spoon River, have you paid the annual fee? It does not look to be that way, at least for this raise. Not able to get the membership online, and unfortunately, I don't know if this some of us going to have much of a better time trying to get access to this members-only club here on this point.
Yeah, I mean, as you talked about, it's basically just the don't die strategy now that he's got to pull off.
Going to have a lot of bullets coming in here, and you shooting gave everything away, but again, you were getting clapped on, so what are you going to do ultimately?
Yeah, I was shocked. I guess he was trying to go for the lucky wall bang, but I mean, I would have.
He was trying to get the trade. When you're in a situation like that with your back against the wall, your best desperation play is getting the trade, at least 1-for-1. If you can get a 2-for-1, that's phenomenal. That's like for the top tier players, they get 1 or 3-for-1s. But just getting 1-for-1, it would have been the best option because his team didn't really leave him with a lot of options beyond that.
No, and as we talked about, the teleporter is going to give your location away to dang near anyone, even without like headphones in their ears.
You're playing on a different map and you hear the teleporter, actually.
Exactly. Everyone in the next game over knew that Spoon River was trying to rotate on. So I like the start for Boise State. That they've been a little bit slower on this map, and that's why Spoon River at least got game 1. See if they handle this one a little bit more cautious.
They're already doing... I mean, they're doing well. They're up 1. They have 2 points on, but the fact that Spoon River was able to stuff the first attempt, I think, shows that they're potentially making adaptations to how they're playing this game. The ball doesn't want to have anything to do with adaptation. 15 health, though, on the docket might not be enough. You might have to let your Reina, who can heal, get out there a little bit further. Going to go with the nice denial of vision, and they're going to use this opportunity to tail it out of there, which I think is the right call. You have 2 members on A, and you know that there's potentially more of your enemies or your attackers coming over to A. That's when you just say, all right, cool, we're going to have reinforcements come by. You getting caught there in that middle portion is kind of detrimental because you have nowhere to run. Look at where the Spoon River players are coming from.
30
Despite
seconds
the camera
left.
being there, it's going to be something that Boise State has to either go forward and push through or return around and deal with. Soon they're going to be sandwiched, though, between Spoon River. Thunder is going to get the 1 on this side, and that's exactly what we're talking about, getting the 2-piece because of the sandwich. Boise State may have used too much time. They're definitely running out. The Sandile is running dangerously low. Zeke is going to be alive with, of course, the remainder of their team, but Thunder wants nothing to do with it. They're going to pick up another one. That's going to be 3 so far this round. Are they going to go for the 4-piece and maybe even the 5? Unfortunately, no! Zeke knowing exactly where Thunder is, that's going to be a swift takeout and another point to Boise State.
Yeah, Zeke actually going to be the one who picks up the 4-piece there. So Boise State feels like they're starting to get their groove on, and now it's starting to seem a lot like game 1 where Spoon River doesn't feel like they have the answer for what Boise State wants to do. As you mentioned, a great rotation over to into showers to kind of confuse the side of Spoon River while still staying on A. And I think Boise State definitely sort of playing with the snappers mentally there and keeping them on their toes, and the snappers just haven't been able to respond well.
Yeah, it's good to note, though, that with this map specifically, there's no way that you can just for lack of better terms, cheese in Ares or Odin. You can't use it to just shoot the largest wall that's exploitable in the game, because there are no very large walls to exploit. So when it comes to it, it's just straight gunfighting, and there's 1-for-1 here from both sides. 4 players remain on both ends, but Shells is going to pick up another one. Oh, unfortunately for them, Killjoy will pick up another one here. Jabal doing what they can to try and peek, but actually loses out there on that 1v1. Shells still full health. Gonna get another shot. Actually take out the remaining health from this Killjoy, meaning that for Boise State, they're close to winning these 1v1s. And because of the fact that they're having extra members there to back up the play, they're able to continue to capitalize on those low health bars on the side of Spoon River.
One limiter left up in heaven. Spoon River gonna walk right into that
Great
bullet.
call.
Wall doesn't help when Zeke's right on the side, and a great job by Boise State starting to pull away here a little bit.
The angle at which Zeke approached that heaven as well was super important, because he had vision of every other entrance to A as well. So despite where Jade went, it's gonna be spotted out no matter what.
Again, one of those situations we've talked about where the Jade for Spoon River is just looking for a 1v1, trying to set someone on Boise State back, at least draw the gold economy a little bit even. So Boise State's doing a great job being ready for those, having members in an area where you're not typically going to look at, and it's usually that 2-on-1 situation Boise State's capitalizing on. As Shells gets another one here to kick it off.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of the time when this game first emerged, Jade was like a near almost pick because of the fact that you had the res, the wall, and the flow. As you unfortunately can't use any of that, what benefit does Jade offer a team if that's how you play the round? Alternatively, with things changing in the near future, I really do think that Sky looks to be a hero that has a lot of scouting potential. That's maybe a giant AoE heal. Could be a game changer and just put Jade on the rack to be, you know, collecting dust for the remainder of the game. But we'll see. That might change everything. And go ahead.
Oh, so that's the one thing that is interesting about Valorant to me, based compared to some of these similar games, is the healing that is built in to characters like Jade, potentially into characters like Sky. It definitely changes the game. But you bring up a great point. If your Jade is going to get peaked and immediately go down, what value is she bringing to your team?
Yeah.
There's really not a lot. And the one time we saw the res last time, they just res someone in the line of fire. They died again. I mean, that was just handing over 4 points in the ultimate.
Nice pickup here from Jabal on Jet, character whose goal is very pointy and articulated. Killjoy doing the same thing, taking out as much health bars which can be used, and you're completely running into someone you want. Giving Cypher the ultimate, this is such a dangerous position for Spoon River to be in. Spike's going to be planted, and they're going to have complete control over everywhere. The Sova ult is going to barely clip this Cypher, but luckily he was able to dodge the remainder of the damage, just taking about 80% of his health bar. Zeke's going to walk right into that raid and take him out. And the Sova as well, getting the nice 2-piece. Only one member remains, and it is this Killjoy, who does not typically have the kit to do a 1v4 situation, but depending on gunplay, can happen. They're going to completely hightail it and conserve as much of their loadout as possible in terms of cost, I believe.
Yeah, he talked about the Ares being a fantastic weapon, not something that Joker wants to give away, so he's just going to chill out there. Boise State going to try and hunt him down. Doesn't look like they're going to find him, so the Broncos, there you go, there's the 6-1 lead. But this is the play we've talked about from Spoon River. Usually in that situation, the member would just go for the trade and not get it, so I do like that he was able to hold back, at least hold on to his weapons, and at least something of value,
it's
something
super important
of winning, I guess, for Spoon River, you could say. Something.
It's so interesting. This game's so cool in the fact that, like, you can put your... I think it's always best to put your best player on Jade or maybe Reyna, because Reyna has the opportunity to just pop off and continue to heal herself or make herself invulnerable or have increased rate of fire. Depending on how good you are, you can utilize that. But if you have your best player on Jade, you have so many more opportunities to get reses off during the course of the game. And a lot of people are just like, oh, it's Jade, she's the support character, let's put her on our weakest player. I think that's a disservice to the character's design overall.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that might have been what Spoon River's done, as we've seen the Jade with some interesting plays. Actually went through the teleporter there to avoid Boise State, so he was going to be able to get away from
Walk right into one.
Gone. And he walks into one.
He walks into one and loses out a straight body fight. Cypher literally Sova only had the opportunity to get body shot after body shot, which means that it takes significantly more time to get the elimination than it would be a headshot. Jake should have won that out entirely because when you're missing out on just a free headshot versus 3 body shots, again, the time difference is there. Killjoy's going to get the ultimate out. Will provide a little bit of a boon opportunity for the side of Spoon River, but they are stuck in this teleporter with nowhere to go, and it's only moments away from Boise State being able to rotate. We see actually Jazik rotating out to the teleporter to capitalize on these kills maybe before. Oh, he's going to actually block off their escape route. There is no escape route for them as they continue to get eliminated. He's going to go in, but he meets his friends on the other side. A flawless going over to Boise State, and that's huge. A huge momentum swing for them.
That's the second time we've seen Spoon River trapped in that teleporter, and it does feel like Boise State has gotten to the point where they've taken the snapper off their A game, and I mean, in every game you play, your mental, your tilt is just incredibly, almost a bigger component than your skill at some time, because it just feels like Spoon River is so like bewildered and confused that they've kind of just given up at a point. I mean, there was just 3 members sitting in a teleporter like, well, if we go out, we probably don't kill anyone, and they ended up just getting trapped and dying, not even trying for the 1v1 like we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, when you have to lose, you're a map down, you're 6 rounds down, you have to start making these kind of plays to try and get yourself back in the game. Thunder's going to be the catalyst, I think, for that, because the way that they play this goes, oh goodness, Shell's going to be taken out actually from Ebrooks, I think their first elimination of this entire series. Some nice rotational play here from the side of Spoon River. This could be what they can use to get themselves an advantage. Ray's going to use the ultimate, if they're able to get anything out of it. Thunder's going to take all the kills beforehand. Gonna go for the oh my gosh, immaterial, but unfortunately for that, similar to that of a Reaper, you know where they're going. You can see them the whole time. Jazik more than happy to pick that up. Oh my goodness. Killjoy trying to get a nice Odin kill here, but gets taken out as well through the wall. Jazik gonna go for a nice clutch, but unfortunately gets taken down. Was able to get 3 members though by themselves. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think you made a great point. I mean, any comeback here for Spoon River is going to be on the back of Thunder. I mean, he's been the guy who's gotten the 2 or 3 Ks. He tried the immortality, as you mentioned, but it was very telegraphed. I'm surprised he didn't at least try and get away as opposed to set himself up for a free headshot. But if Thunder can make a couple more plays like that, you could see Spoon River at least start to close that gap. So I think for Boise State, definitely someone that if you can find him out and focus him down, probably going to make this a pretty easy round.
Yeah, and again, we have yet to see whether or not these are teams that are attack or defense, favored. If the things swap over, does Spoon River start getting the momentum back in their favor because of the nature of attacking on this map? Well, has to remain to be seen ultimately. The hunt begins. You're going to walk into no one here. Zeke's going to go for the nice elimination. Lane's going to be there to back him up. Unfortunately for Boise State, Focus Charisma's going to pick up, and Soba knows exactly what's going to happen. Oma's going to try and go for the vision denial, but he does not know that 2 members wait in the wings. Soba's in a very dangerous spot. The spike is going to be planted. But look where Reyna is rotating from. We're seeing Thunder maybe get a nice opportunity to get some nice peak vision on the remaining members of the backside of Boise State. They unfortunately are not in the... Oh my goodness. I think it was the camera? Camera spots out Thunder, and then immediately the Cypher turns around and gets the elimination. And they got 2 kills simultaneously there for another round win.
Yeah, Boise State's been controlling all of the information. I don't know if you said there was a camera. I mean, we've already seen at least one player on Spoon River not making use of crouch walking potentially for the footsteps, so it could have been easy as he just heard the footsteps coming. And Boise State's been doing a really, really good job of once they get a hold of a point, there's really nothing Spoon River could do. There's no surprise we've seen, as Boise State knows exactly where they are.
Yeah, and I think that's why you pick characters like Cypher, right? Because the tripwire is just so good at giving your team as much information. Tied with Sova as well, the arrow to scout things out. And the drown, there's so many opportunities for you to get information without having to expose yourself, and that's what they want to use. They are completely handling this section of the map, and it's just 2 of them. 2 members remain. Fourth, remember, just 1 member, and it's just the Brave. I don't know if they can do it. It's going to get a flawless over to Jabald. Nice double kill as well, and again, just losing out on these 2v2s or these 3v3s is just, it's causing Spoon River to just fall just almost insurmountably behind.
Yeah, and also just giving away their position. Second time this round, or this attack, where we've seen Ebrooks take the teleporter from B to A to try and get away, and you saw right away Boise State, their member, flipped around, he heard the teleporter, and just was in excellent position for the 1v1 gunfight. So definitely it feels like Spoon River is almost just sort of throwing away any sort of information they want to withhold from Boise State and giving their spots away.
The map is dangerous right now for the side of Spoon River. If Boise State continues to commit to this A point, it is going to be a freebie for them. They did use the portal, which is good, that they unfortunately sent 2 members single-handedly into the side of the Cypher. He's waiting behind where they actually physically teleport to, and he's got 2 free eliminations. Boise State getting the free spike plant as well because Spoon River only sent 1 person to defend A.
One player remaining.
Broke by Cypher. Can he get it to 4K? We do see that the line member is surrounded. Zeke's actually going to be the one to pick it up. And Boise State going to have to get a couple more on defense than we saw last map, but still you've got to be impressed with how Boise State played it. And once again, I mean, just Spoon River, I've never seen a team so willing to just throw themselves in the teleporter, and Boise State was completely ready for it. As you mentioned, Cypher was just sitting there, just spawn camping them, basically.
Did Jet just ult? Production, can you flip over to Jet real quick for me and see if they have ult?
We just swap rounds. There's no way they'd have ult, right?
Did they just use ult? As a nice little subtle nod of the hat? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I respect it. I think it's interesting. It might be okay. Nice swap from Classic over to, of course, the Ghost. Again, I'm just really interested to see why there's no shorties. We're not seeing any sheriffs. Sheriff's kind of the what's the gun in Apex that people use all the time? Super good. I don't even know. I don't know my games anymore. I don't play battle royales, but it's a gun that's very good at getting eliminations with 1 or 2 or relatively low rounds committed. The ball doing what they can to get the smoke screen out, but there's 3 members in showers. They have no idea where this J is. A nice updraft, actually, to get them flabbergasted. They thought that they had Jet tracked down, but the ball being exactly where they need to be is going to be huge. Unfortunately, oh goodness gracious, Thunder getting the 2-piece with this Ghost, so accurate with this gun amongst other guns, and that could be, again, Spoon River is in for this first round on the swap.
Yeah, once again, it's Thunder who's leading the charge for Spoon River, sort of willing them to a potential victory here. Unfortunately, Shells and Cypher going to get 2 right back, and now Spoon River, just like that, they're automatically down a member. They're going to try and go for the spike.
Okay! Oh my great Moobly. Thunder! Popping off, gets the full heal. Those are omens and showers. You have to be careful. You only get HP, and you win this gunfight. Oh my goodness! Holy cow! He gets the ace too.
Yeah,
Thunder.
I mean, he's the man that Spoon River should just follow this man into battle and be human shields at this point.
Thunder should be playing Jade. Hot take? No. Accurate take. They just got 5 eliminations. That's almost a full ultimate there for Jade. Can you imagine how much that would do if you were to succumb to having your second best player falter for some sort of rotation or a missed gunplay? You get the res there, and you get continue to guarantee that you get ultimate charges round after round. That's the right play. Yes, Reyna's cool. Reyna's hyphy. Reyna apparently can, ace, but I think it's a less high-risk camp by doing that, by switching over to the Jade than playing the Reyna, in my opinion. Jazz are going to be caught in the teleporter. Very familiar territory for the side of Spoon River. They're all too familiar with what they need to do to keep this Sova in the pit, so to speak. Nice shot attempt here, but Jazz gets shot down through the wall. Thunder picking up another one. And is it going to be the same story as last round? Is this going to be the Thunder show?
You have to think that he would be the man that can bring Spoon River back. They're going to spot one out on the Cypher Cam, though.
Yeah, Cypher Cam is going to be huge here, and the fact that they're not looking for these cams, I mean, these are easily shot down. I don't understand why they're not looking at the typical, Cypher spots, if you will, for these cams, but great job for Boise State to maybe use the natural environment to kind of decoy the camera. There's so many things attached to these walls that it's hard to depict the camera from other things. And you also don't want to shoot haphazardly while giving away your position. Left. It's a good call. Jabal gonna get a nice headshot. No, it's just a little bit of damage required to take out that Raze. Gonna have actually the Spectre, I believe, on lockdown, which is an SMG. Oh, the Stinger is gonna be called out, and 3 Stingers here for the side of Boise State means that they want to try and get this one now because they, unfortunately, are playing a bit on the back foot. When you go for Stinger rounds or like a full Stinger loadout, that is you trying to just cheese out around. You got to go for the flake disarm, does not get it. He gets taken out instead. Thunder, unfortunately, will fall in tandem. And I don't think that this Killjoy has much of a chance in these gunplay situations because they haven't had success in the gunplays so far this game.
And that was nearly a great play by Spoon River. I mean, they took so long that they baited 2 members of Boise State over to B. But as we talked about, the reluctance to crouch walk immediately gave their position away for the Jade on Boise State. And he was able to just immediately get one and it allowed Boise State to rotate back over. If Spoon River had just crouch walked, they might have got that plan off without anyone knowing they were there.
Sure, we'll have to see if that's going to cost them momentum, if that's going to cost them the round. I do love when players use this kind of the terrain itself to accurately measure where they need to be standing and things like that. Or we see oftentimes like when Nice attempt to try and get the arrow over, get the division here. Looks like a full committal from Spoon River. We'll have to see if it's going to prove detrimental to them, as you don't want to walk single-handedly into this, and that's exactly what you don't want to do. Jabal knows. The color looked a little weird there. He's going to get a nice two-piece, and the spike is visible. So they know that they just need to hold this shower point, and they completely have ownership of this round.
Interesting retreat from Spoon River. They basically cornered.
Okay.
Just going to get one back. Gets 2 at least.
He does get 2. So probably the best play that we'll see.
Match point.
You know, from that Killjoy so far.
Yeah.
Definitely the best player I've seen from them so far, getting the 2-piece, because they've done effectively what we talked about, resetting the gold on Boise State, or the money, if you will, the indeterminate money, whatever their monetary resource is. They had to spend more because they had their entire loadout drop on the ground when they falter. Nice updraft and the floating from this jet, trying to use these boxes to great effect, but when you stand on those boxes, there's nothing to hide behind, so you have to be really careful here. Ultimate's going to come out, I do believe, from the Gent. If I'm not mistaken. Reina Ultimate's going to be popped as well. A lot of damage coming out. An increased fire rate might not be enough for them, though, as Shells and Zeke both pick up 2 members of Spoon River. The daggers are out, as we did hear the Gent ult earlier, and they are just nice and patiently waiting. Oh, please, don't you dare! That's what you deserve. I am so sorry to say that. You had the opportunity to just go for the shot, and instead you tried to go for the nice play. Why? Why?
Defenders win.
I guess it doesn't matter in the end. Boise State is victorious. They are going to pick up another victory for the Valorant team here. So the Broncos end the night with a nice 4-0. Potentially a little bit of showboating from Boise State, but regardless, it's still a Bronco victory. So Baratil overall, great night to be a Bronco fan.
Oh, yeah.
Not a single team dropping a single match.
Yeah, we did phenomenal. I think, you know, each game within the own confines of the game have their own momentum-based system. But when your teammates, your kind of comrades on the battlefield, whatever game it may be, they win before you, you got to ride that hype too. And I think that's ultimately what ended up happening. Boise State proving time and time again tonight that they are a force to be reckoned with, and not something that can just be easily stunted in terms of their development.
Yeah, I mean, really, you just look across the board in all 3 NACE organizations, Rocket League, Overwatch, and Valorant. Boise State has been absolutely on fire. Very few losses, if at all, outside of their own in-house matches. And then League of Legends, of course, they are in the final of the Mountain West League of Legends Fall Tournament that we're going to be continuing on Tuesday, taking on Nevada. So, I mean, it really has been a spectacular start to the fall semester for Boise State. This is where you want to see the program going, building up to the next level, potentially contending for some championships here at the start of November. If you are interested in some Call of Duty 2019 Modern Warfare, don't forget to take a peek at the Rocky Mountain Warfare Invitational, October 10th, so just 2 days away on Saturday. You want more information, go check out the Idaho Army National Guard on any of those social media links there. It is a multi-state Warzone Duos tournament, so Oregon, Montana, Idaho, or South Dakota represent. You can see the prizes right there behind the sick-looking logo. I don't know what's in those loot crates, but I've heard from the other events that it's some pretty fire stuff. So you want to make sure if you're interested in Warzone, you get registered, you get in, because I've loved all the events we've done with Call of Duty with the Idaho Army National Guard. So it's always a great time. Can't wait for this Saturday.
Yeah, and especially with it being, you know, more than one state, it's going to open up a huge opportunity for skill levels of all variations to come out, and that's going to be really exciting to watch.
We do wrap things up here. Not sure if we'll have an Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game for Valorant. If we did, Baratel, would you have any picks of your own?
I mean, we have to pick a winner, but ultimately I would pick Thunder, in my opinion. So if I were to pick it,
so it's the Baratel player of the game. I've just been informed. You are the man in charge.
Oh
now.
no, don't give me any power.
I've given it to you. You have the power. Quickly.
Baratel, player of the game is you, Fish. You did great tonight.
Thank you, Baratel.
Yeah.
Big shout out to all of the players, though, for Valorant. They did a great job. I mean, that was a great win over Spoon River. So love to see that. Like I said, love to see all the Bronco programs going 4-0. Well, that will end it for tonight. Big thank you to Baratel for joining us for a couple of games, for D'Angelo for joining us for Overwatch. Thank you for everyone who was in the chat, and a big shout out to production as well. There they are, making us look and sound good. It's been a long night, but it's been a great night for to be a Bronco fan. A 4-0 finish for Boise State, and that is going to conclude things for the week. Like we said, Saturday, Rocky Mountain Warfare Invitational is going to be the next event, so make sure you check that one out. Until then, have a great night.